so that now people can hear us.
I guess we could.
Progress.
Alright, so I think get on the Hall of Presidents ride first in the library.
Yes, because by library I meant Disney World.
It's a small world after all. The carousel progress. First there was nothing, and then there was something, and then there was nothing again.
I'm going to leave this here and hopefully that fixes itself. Because this appears that the ad starts and then immediately stops, making it ultimately impossible to skip past that. And I hope that's not what is happening to other people.
Really wants us to watch Stranger Things.
Oh, I'll let that just simmer. Final moments of freedom. Okay, Josh, if you wouldn't mind. Hello.
Hello.
Shift that so that I'm not taking up half the screen and you don't.
Well, you
have
are
to
the
hit it.
most important.
No, wrong, Josh. We've been over this multiple times.
This way.
How's that?
A little better. You want to shift it this way, but there's not so much room.
I know, but there's also like you got to make multiple moves at the same time. Not one thing is going to be the right answer. How about we just shift this way, fellas?
Yep.
Ooh.
Let me take that off the
No,
table.
just push, not fucking lift. There we go. Be a human being. There we are. 1,000 times better. Alright. Still can be slightly adjusted.
Yeah.
There we go. Better?
I think so.
Yeah. So, for last we left off, a lot had happened. Everybody had went their own separate ways. You got in touch with your tribe. They got in touch with Sten, so that a representative could be talking on the world's behalf of the Goliaths, even when you're busy doing what you should be doing. You spent time with your family and reminisced about the losses of Trench. As your father talked about one of his first adventures with your father. With Trench. Basco went on the hunt for more information, destined to meet the Leviathan, and with that information, got access to the Elder Dragon's library, to which he then brought all of you. You have till the rest of the day. We're just past midday. And then about 4 p.m., you will be called to the World Summit, essentially, for lack of a better term, where you will pitch forth your suggestions for who the strike force should have, mix that with people that have been volunteered or already assigned to go, and then you will begin that adventure. But in this moment, you sit amongst what could easily be a vast stone sort of temple or just wreckage of something. There's just an afterthought, like someone had built these old just relics to an ancient time lost forgot, and a forest has overgrown before your eyes kind of look around and realize you are inside a massive structure. Like the libraries of Alexandria mixed with the gardens of Babylon. The structure is huge and was clearly meant for things, a being of that size, as well as a being that could fly. So getting to everything is, while platforms were made to make sure that everybody could get to everything, the convenience was ultimately left to that of the Elder Dragon, because it is his home. You look around and just see flights and flights of giant stone shelves like skyscrapers, and pockets of dirt between books for trees to overgrow. And I'm not talking just small oak trees. We're talking, there are sections with towering redwoods. There are parts with jungle-esque, just canopies giving shade to certain areas. This place was built with a massive scale in mind. As you haven't seen him, but you get the idea that the Elder Dragon is massive.
Still trying to get the scale of things. It's a lot.
Oh my god, Korvac. I don't think you could explore this library in I feel like you could spend a lifetime or two in here. This is massive.
Yeah. I for some reason envisioned like a nice comfy location just big enough for the dragon, but maybe he was able to move around pretty freely in here.
I don't even know really where to start.
Well, I think we start with finding the remnants of him. That shouldn't be too difficult to find. It's a specific object. I'll use my dowsing rods to find him.
Alright.
Can you mute that for a second?
Sure. So, I'm gonna pull out my dowsing rods.
Well, you know what roll you gotta make.
It's a sleight of hand, I think?
Survival.
Survival. Natural 20. So 27.
Hey, for the first time in a long time, your dowsing rods work.
These babies still work!
Not only they work exceedingly well. They give you not just a straight line. They give you directions via hallways. They turn. You're like, oh, all right. They give you the most convenient path. As you walk, you realize that it seems that the house for them was built around the library. That the library was the main focus. And by around, I don't just mean a square thing with the library in the middle. Entirety, canopy. Think of it as a dome within a dome of this structure. There are platforms that he was able to fly to. Areas he was able to just get to, like tunnels that were just allowing him to fly straight up and be on top of a place. He was a giant eternal being, so putting mortal logic on him makes no sense. He has multiple bedrooms all for himself, all about just what's most convenient for him. There are places for research, there are places for reflection, and sometimes there are multiple places for reflection everywhere. It is a lot, but it's all in an entirety his home. As you get near this sort of outer dome, though, you get a scale when you go outside. And you look up. And it makes sense. For a brief moment, the only reason I'm reminding you is because you got a nat 20. That it looks like you're outside. There's a breeze on your face. There's the warmth of the sun, but you're not outside. Because his structure had a dome around it.
Akin to Crinch's library or something else? Or not Crinch's library, Crinch's castle or something different. Like a barrier or actually a structured dome?
A structured dome. That was told at a time that was magically powered so that it simulated day and night and real life so that he would feel like he was outside even though he wasn't. And there was a brief period of time, and I'm only telling you this because you got a nat 20, where it seemed completely dark in here, as if the magic had all but gone away. And all of that sort of just hits you immediately, right before you're hit by the sound of a clap of a wave. As you realize you're almost standing on the edge of a cliff that goes down to a sea. And you see about like 1/3 of this interior of this dome is simulated to be like a kind of sea that you could fly over, and then has kind of like a sort of cliff face, jagged cliff rock. It's crashing down on this. And sitting on this perch with a massive stairway. Massive stairway. Designed for it to climb up, if it so choose. From the edge of this cliff up onto the platform. You see some sort of remains that could only be. And of course, that's where it's pointing you.
Oh, Matt, climbing this is fucked. Like climbing the stairs for a creature of that size.
Oh, it has multiples. It has it has the middle is for it, but remember, he had humanoid servants as well.
Okay.
And as you climb, you kind of get the sense that there are like occasionally kind of little outcroppings from the stairs where you get the idea that people were meant to be standing there as like a kind of on guard. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is there anything about the Elder Dragon's corpse that immediately stands out?
Make a perception check with advantage as you finally get yourself up the stairs. Let me describe it because you weren't quite there yet. You get on top of this platform, and it's basically the moment in Dark Souls 2 where you find the ancient dragon. It's a massive perch. Because the largest dragon you've ever seen. Bigger than an ancient dragon. Rivaling the size of the Draco Lich that you fought all that time ago. That was poorly phrased. The Draco Lich rivaled it. This, like I said, this is the biggest dragon that you've ever seen. This is the precursor. This is the life essence that all dragons, mortal dragons that is, or dragons on this plane were birthed from. The third element when Iowa shattered the dragon. What did you get, bud?
I got a 17.
It's not only dead, it's strained. It's rotting. It looks beyond the decomp that you would expect for the time. You don't know if that's because, I mean, you feel free to do further research, but everything you do is spending time. Hell, you walked this entire journey. At no point did you say you teleported, so you just wasted a lot of time doing that. From what you can tell, it's tough to be like, is it something about him? Is it something that Malin did when he was here? Is it some post effect? But it's gelatinous in bits. It's just downright rotted. You can't even tell what his original skin color was. I mean, you know that it was a sort of bespectacled gold originally, because at one time you saw that it was like gold, but with plops and like single dragon scales of different colors scattered throughout. But you couldn't tell that from looking at this. You just remember that from memory. Like, this is just like, this could have been anything.
Mm.
Hell, unless only because I know what it looked like before can I put it could have been a Baylor, a giant fucked up thing with wings for all, like, you know, it could have been anything. It smells.
Alright, well, Basco has to specialize. Is he picking up any magics?
Nothing that a corpse wouldn't be expected to give off. Doesn't have like negative time to show when it died, you know.
That's funny.
Oh, he's been dead for 30 years.
Guys, I'm just getting. This corpse is seriously fucking rotted. What do you think? What do you think the Eternal Dragon, the Elder Dragon was doing in its final moments?
The Eternal Dragon is fine. Either one of those are accurate terms.
Okay.
I have to say, fighting, I doubt it rolled over and just took it. How is the terrain here? It's fine? It doesn't seem like a lot of destruction happens.
You get a sign of a minor struggle. Yeah, give me an investigation. You only saw the ass end of the fight when you saw his death.
5.
Like I said, you get the sense that at least one breath weapon went off from the dragon. But after that, there isn't much else coming from Malin. This looks like this was pretty quick, from what you can tell.
I wonder what killed him. That might hold some secrets in it of itself.
Can you think about a necromantic spell that would decompose something so quick? After death? Or instantly? Or during?
Roll Arcana, the both of you.
Nah, that one.
I'll fix it. I got nat 20.
8.
Good, because this required a pretty good DC. You got no fucking clue.
Yeah.
But Josh, sorry, Korvac. Say those words again?
A necrotic spell that either in the instant of killing caused the decay or afterwards that caused the decay.
Say that one more time.
Necrotic damage.
A necrotic spell that causes fast decomposition.
It's almost like we've seen it happen a few times.
You've seen it done quite a lot.
Yeah, Cringe.
By Cringe. Remember, you just had that realization, but you rolled an 8.
The decomposition spell. We saw Cringe use it.
Well, it's pretty obvious they don't want him resurrected.
Roll insight or investigation, the both of you.
Insight.
You got advantage on this, don't you?
Yeah, with investigation.
12.
What is that?
That is a 14.
Plus
17.
Plus 17?
Oh no, sorry. The total 17.
Oh, you only got
Sorry.
a plus 3?
I was just baiting my head. Is like, do I add my inspiration?
Oh, do you?
Yeah, this seems kind of important.
Good thing you did that. 18.
It's
Hey,
just
that
enough.
That could be the tiebreaker.
That
for
was.
the
The DC was 18. So well done.
Thank you.
Sorry, your 12 didn't get you shit.
Yeah.
Sure. Maybe this was something. From what you could tell when you saw the thing just died, it didn't instantly decompose, but it was definitely killed by something necrotic, as that's Malin's main thing, and, well, it did clearly drain life force from him. Yes, Cringe does have a spell that does this effect that you're looking at. Clearly it wasn't completely finished, because normally it completely gets rid of everything, but I mean, this is a massive thing, and one already acknowledges that it's beyond recognition. But at the same time, this could also be the effects of what happens after a corpse is just drained of all of its life force. But you asked for a spell that did exactly that, and that is something that has happened. Cringe does have that spell.
Did.
Well, I mean, if you got his goddamn spell book, but just going around with dead wizards' spell books you've collected. I'll read these one day. You just find on like the foreword, just the foreword. Like, back to read this. The secrets are here. Here's the password you'll need. The names of everyone who will help you. Here's a list of everyone that owed me a favor.
It's like on page 6. On page 60 of fucking Barneycap's spell book, it's just a spell designed specifically to kill the
This
Praetorians.
is if the Praetorians. This is the spell I used to kill the Praetorians the first time I fought them. Hey, yeah, you realize the people that fought him before, you have their spell book. That's something you should think about.
And we know multiple people that were fucking there.
Yeah! Now you're thinking like a D&D game.
Hey, Korvac, this also, like, might seem a bit weird and maybe a little bit disrespectful, but I bet Tamna would love to look at this corpse.
I mean,
Roll nature.
I don't know if he's gonna get anything out of it. 14.
17.
By the sheer definition of what I said earlier, this thing's almost unrecognizable. Korvac's exactly right. There's nothing to be garnered from this.
Let me correct my statement. At the time, Tamlin would have loved to have gotten fucking his hands on this.
Don't get me wrong, the place is still a dragon's fucking lair. Like, of course, Tamlin could be lost in here forever. But that corpse is beyond useless. Beyond useless.
Nega useless.
Can't even get bone meal out of it.
Well, Korvac, we have very limited time in here. We could sit ogling at the dead dragon all we want, but we really need to start, exploring the library.
Honestly, thinking the same thing. Maybe just step away from this smell.
What I think we should do is, because there's probably a limited amount of subjects in here, first and foremost, we need to find a library reference. That will at least give us a general idea of where everything is located. And then we need to figure out a couple things that we think will be 100% used for killing the Praetorian. We can always come back to this later after the Praetorian has been killed. Do we agree?
Yeah. I hope he wasn't the reference.
Oh, yes, I know right where that book is. Just follow me.
Guy who owns a library that just has tribal knowledge of its layout.
No, would I have put his biography in the reference section? Or would I have put it in history? Oh, good heavens. I could have also put it under A for autobiographical. How much time did you say you had? No, I mean, how do you wish to look for said reference section? You slam dunked it with the divining rod once. Do you attempt to slam dunk it with the divining rods twice?
Can I do that while he tries to use his intuition of layouts of you like, it's gotta be over here, centralized or something.
Sure, give me a history check. That seems like the best thing for basic architecture design. You were doing your thing too, you said, simultaneously, not waiting for him to get a reaction?
Well, we both rolled a 16, but I got a
23.
25.
Where would anything that's important that directs you anywhere, where would you put it?
In the center of the library.
Bingo. Your divining rods point you right towards the center of that dome.
We both look at each other.
Middle!
Center of the library!
And then Vasco's like, I wish this would be a normal field trip.
Having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card.
Reading Rainbow. LeVar Burton comes out and whoops your guys' asses.
Shit.
Book, motherfucker. That was a little bit more Sammy J, but whatever.
This is a fun tidbit for the folks at home. When we were discussing this session, Alex has been prompting us. He was like, so what you going to look for in the library?
Yeah, tell him I'm prompting you. That's good.
Well, no, he's just probing, I guess is the proper term.
Well, both getting... When I do that, it's meant to kind of jog your... into your character's mindset of like, hey, yeah, this is what we were doing last week. These are the things that you'd be thinking about going into a giant library. Start thinking about them again. Like...
But we had joked about it that we were going to, do all this thought into it for the session to start with a combat session that would have lasted the entire session.
When did we say that?
No, we said that earlier today. We were joking that, like, yeah, what you gonna look up, huh? This is a 5-hour
Oh, you thought
combat.
I was just fucking with you because it would be a giant combat?
Yeah.
Oh.
And next session, Basco could look through the library.
We don't let Vasco do combat sessions.
No.
No. But
I mean, there wouldn't be anybody here.
yeah. I was kind of worried that it would be trapped, but seeing how massive it is, kind of thinking not.
That's why he needed an army to come here.
Yeah. Alright, so we make it to the reference section.
How do you get there? Precious little time. You're gonna walk to the middle of this thing?
Well, if
It's
we,
a city-sized house.
yeah, is it 300 yards or feet, sorry?
No, bud.
300 feet?
No, bud.
Dimension door!
It's
Dimension
not.
door!
It's not 500 feet either. Here's the thing. I'm thinking Giant Eagle from Basco, because
Yep.
he can do it in a limited amount of times.
Yep.
Unless somebody says otherwise. They got something better.
That makes the most amount of sense.
Yeah.
Wind walk.
No, because then you gotta take the minute to fade in and out. And then also Basco has to hold concentration on that.
Yeah.
So for whatever reason, he's got to do something that requires him to not be in concentration. If you guys were on the other side of the library doing your own thing, you'd just, unbeknownst to him, be fucked.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're flying 1,000 feet in the air, which is very possible because you're in a giant fucking dome within a dome, you could just then fall to your death. Well, I mean, he'd be fine, but you'd be fucked. I mean, we'd roll for your health and you'd probably survive.
As long as it's not that much great after 0, you'll just heal it back.
Come on. Whoa.
Shit, I thought I had feather fall.
We're gonna find out you can fall from orbit and live.
I thought for a second I had feather fall.
What do you have in your 5th level?
Yeah, just 2 shields and a haste.
2 shields and a haste.
Yeah.
Get you another spell ring.
Are you not gonna tell me what the fucking total is? You gonna make me fucking count it?
That's pretty rude.
I don't think that's right. A 100 d6 would not equal 1.
I'm alright, everyone.
Well, 100d6 on average is gonna do at least 300 damage.
We'll see.
Unless I get lucky, it only does 100 damage.
I feel like this is something we've done before. I just was like, hey, roll 100 d6, and we were like, bingo, got it.
Yeah.
Now, what type of, if you turn into a werewolf, wouldn't you be able to reduce the damage taken?
I feel like we've also had this argument. Is falling damage bludgeoning damage or true damage?
No, it's bludgeoning.
Oh, okay.
fall from 1,000 feet would do just this one test 339 damage.
Okay. That would have left me overkill of 31 damage.
So
32
you would have to
damage.
make one death saving throw before you were back again.
Yeah.
You'd have to swan dive as the werewolf to live.
Fuck! Alright. I'm gonna need like 3 minutes.
God, that's
Alright, we're good. Let's go back to the library.
What is our freakish monster friend doing?
Oh, I landed on my spear.
That was delicious.
At least it never left my side. Am I right? I'm cursed. Alright, you make your way to the giant reference section. And it is very trippy to look at. Because in the middle of it, there is a series of small cabinets that have a library reference card system. The old school, way you do that sort of thing. Like not Rolodex, but you pull out the whole list and look for it and be like, oh, this would be referenced in this, so it's in this section here. And there's one of those sized for the large Eternal Dragon himself. But what's fucked up is, and it makes almost your head kind of hurt looking at it, is sitting on top of the center one of these. The center set of pull-out drawers is another one with the exact same design and look and model of the reference section that it's sitting on, but it is miniaturized to be the size of humanoids. And there seem to be some sort of almost like hot air balloon baskets that you can sort of, they have like little ropes, they're tied to the reference section, and they have little ropes that you could like rope nets, so that it's like, hey, this side isn't always here because you're docked to something so you can walk through. But once this goes out, you don't want there to be just nothing here, so it has like a rope net that you put there, and that way you don't fall off. So it looks like there are devices for traveling for humanoid-sized beings from this point.
This library's really well thought out.
Well, you had probably close to an eternity to build it.
He said, quite literally all the time in the world.
Yeah.
So, we've done library investigations before. You roll investigation. The better you do, the more precise of an answer you get.
Okay.
Certain projects require more research, the more narrow the search, essentially, the more time you spend. Each one of you will be doing separate researches at different times to maximize your time, I imagine.
Yep.
I will pre-warn you that means that you will all, individually, be going to different parts of the library.
Are we too scared because of Praetorian problem?
So here's the problem. Do you wish to travel together and reduce your searching power by 1/3?
Yeah.
Or go separately?
And risk Praetorian shenanigans. Or other things.
I'll allow you to roll an insight as Korvac thinking about this.
18.
Not only is the Praetorian busy, you're not supposed to be here. This place is warded. The Praetorian never came here. There's a lot to take in. Also, it seems like the army that was here... that is one thing I failed to mention earlier. This place is clearly ravaged. There are whole sections that have been burned. There are some areas with still smoldering ash. Obviously, it's tough to burn everything because it is kind of a living forest, and those kind of do fight back. This is simulated as a pretty healthy nature area, so everything is pretty well watered. There are streams occasionally. There's a waterfall just off the reference section. So, you know, it's not like the whole place was going to burn down. But you can tell not only was this area ransacked, but laid siege to even. But there were sections that were clearly like, well, don't want them looking up this. And lots of residual knowledge was lost along the way. Because almost no care was taken to it.
I mean, we all have quick escapee options if needed, so.
This is true.
Do you think foresight would help you in any way?
He already has it.
Or I mean, activating it.
Yeah, probably.
It would give him advantage on every ability check.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which would help him investigate.
Yep.
It seems like a worthwhile use of it.
And it's not like Pasco couldn't just give it to you again later.
Yep.
Yeah.
So first we'll do that, and I think we're splitting up.
Good for you.
Let's split up, gang!
I'm gonna take Daphne and Velma and go to the bedroom
It takes Scooby.
and go make myself a snack in the kitchen. Alright, cool. Scrappy, you solve this one.
Is there a coffee shop in this library?
Yeah, but it's like one of those, you know, Barnes and Noble Starbucks, so they never have any of the promotional stuff. And they're always out of everything.
I'd like to visit the manga section.
There's just a bunch of, like, goth kids just, like, laying in the aisle reading entire mangas.
That's why they put plastic on all of them now to stop that.
So who's going first? And what are they looking at?
I guess I would like to start off by investigating into the Praetorians. Who knows what information we could dig up on them?
If there's anything left.
We can only try, can't we?
Oof. Oof.
DC's 50.
Basco's investigation is only +4, so I gotta remember he'd probably give himself enhanced ability or something like that.
Foresight himself.
Maybe. But I think he'd save his 9th level for in case something like that would happen. Give me that look.
Oh no, I was just gonna think. Do you want me to, once you use Foresight, I can quick teleport into your ring?
Oh shit. If you want. What level is it?
Hey, he already knows teleport.
Oh yeah, you do.
I think just once a day, but yes.
Just like a level 7 teleport put in your ring would only be once a day.
True. Which is why I was asking what level that was.
I would like to see if I can find anything on the Praetorians.
Roll investigation.
I think this is gonna take a lot, so
To find something that hasn't already been burned.
yes, I'm going to.
Oh, what were your divination rolls, or have you already burned them for the day?
I burned those in last session.
Get for blowing your load early. You never know when you find out in the Eternal Dragon's library.
I'm gonna burn a lucky roll. Not that way. Natural 20. That was a good use of the lucky roll.
Well, you found it, but it's on fire, and it's gone.
Oh, dude, you gotta react right now. What do you do?
Fire!
We're gonna come back to that, so I have time to give you what you deserve for a nat 20.
Okay.
What are you looking up?
I'm looking up
Porn.
Porn, comma, kitty.
Ew.
There's nothing. I was just checking.
Where?
Twink.
Ooh.
Elf.
King, comma, elf, comma, druid, comma, hermit.
Now we're talking Corvex.
It's just one. It's just Basco.
Oh, I thought there'd be more results.
Basco's dad? Bergelmere?
Ooh.
I'm gonna just Google. I'm gonna fucking text Preston and be like, Crunch is back and Korvac looked up porn.
You really want Crunch to come back? I really want Crunch to come back. Continue.
Yes. So I'm gonna look up shit on Chakern. See,
Mm.
I gave you an inspiration earlier.
I'll say, you.
what do? You're a bard. You have
Oh,
to.
yeah. I just say, come on, get that noodle going, Korvac. I know you can find it.
And then also, I'm playing Basco.
Oh, yeah, of course. Can we get another one out?
give me.
I mean, Basco's looking up important shit too.
Yeah.
You ain't got none in there.
I ain't got no set. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
So,
This is the worst looking die ever.
What the
Can I get two different colors of shit?
I do like that theme.
Taupe on taupe?
So this is hedging on the idea that maybe Chakern wasn't super secretive, and maybe the dragon knows a better
He
location.
was, for lack of a better word, friends with a few of the Eternals.
Yeah, so there's a chance that there's information about the location of his tower.
Is that specifically what you're looking for? Because you already know where the island is. And you already were told that it's a tower that can, if discovered once, will probably, it was suggested, might disappear and move if rediscovered.
Oh, so yeah, that information would not be helpful.
Yeah, because that was what was told to him by the other guy, that it is on this island, but because of its magical properties, that it can move itself if it needs to. So, like, if you go correct, because if you fuck up,
Yeah.
you might have just the one chance.
Alright.
So if that happens, revel in the fact that you know exactly what island it is.
Yeah, okay. So then, about Chakern, we know what he's done to some extent, but we don't know if he ever had to fight some of them.
Fight who?
Any of the Eternals. Or if they all came willing.
I love the idea of him just,
Hey, I flattened this guy. He didn't want to work, but now he does.
We know that he used the Great Serpent a lot for subjugating things.
he didn't use them.
The Serpent did that.
It was a joint effort.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he fucking lassoed the Great Serpent and then fucking, yeehaw! I'm gonna take this down to Texarkana!
So that's not what I meant. Why I think when I say use, it's because it was his plan to bring it all together. So like I take him as leader, even though they're Eternals.
Oh,
He's,
okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah. I mean,
I don't mean to like.
there's holes in that logic that you could potentially find the more you look, but like, you know, he just gathered them and got them to do it on a promise. It wasn't like he then became foreman. He just was the concerned citizen that pitched it to the council meeting. It also helps being a mortal that's able to make it to those meetings.
Yeah.
If you ever need to think of anything, I've written a shit ton of possible topics for the library.
Well, okay, but let's.
I think he wants one Chakern specific.
Yeah, Chakern specific. Well, now here's.
Were there any Chakern specific ones
I
on there?
did write Chakern.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. We know that Chakern did get them to agree to help the people, the mortals. How? How did he do that? Maybe he had examples of goodwill in people that we haven't heard about. I mean, we've been able to persuade some Eternals, but knowing how he did it, I think, would be beneficial to some degree.
I just gave him 500,000 gold each.
Anything else? It's a topic on a person, so you imagine you get a lot more than just simply.
Yeah.
He is.
He taught this man all this magic. Where did we ever ask how he learned all of this? How he learned all his magic? I don't think we have.
No, you've heard, like, that he essentially came from the Badlands. Like, came from sort of the front, essentially, as the whole world was just all sort of fucked up.
Mm.
He appears to have, from what you know now, you don't know the nitty-gritty of his life, essentially that he just sort of showed up and started fixing things. Like, he's just like, I gotta go get these Eternals. I've got to start lassoing this. And on the way, there were those who kind of recognized him and saw some of the deeds that he did on his journey.
Mm.
But, I mean, there was so much raw magic going around. He could have found a precursor wizard from the time before the war, sat down and read a book. He could be a naturally gifted sorcerer because of how fucked up the world was at the time. You don't know.
Mm.
But it's one of those, like, he just seems to be a mystic that has, like, I have spent my time in exile and now I know what I need to know. I must gather the Eternals.
Maybe he was one of Magnus's apprentices.
That's an idea.
Yeah.
Any one of these is a possibility.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna start with because the dragon would know what his argument was, and then
Chakern the early life, essentially.
yeah, let's find out what he really was. All right.
Guidance. Pasco has guidance.
Oh, that's a D4, yeah. And one of these babies is gonna be good. Okay, we're sitting at.
Just assume you're gonna have guidance as well, even if I don't say it. I mean, you have a nat 20.
Okay, so that's 21. I'm sorry, 26. That's a big difference.
Fuck yeah.
26, you say?
Yeah.
To shreds, you say?
He's getting out the lore book, Josh.
Waffles. Omelette guy.
He was a dude.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Got it. He had a penis.
We don't know that.
Dude, that's a big assumption just because I said he was a dude, dude.
So what was the importance of telling me he was a dude?
Dude, if Chris was somehow still in this campaign, like, as soon as we met fucking Vasco's bodyguard, Zaris is gonna look at it and be like, it's a woman!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Because it's an elf.
he didn't add much to the campaign.
So, total number?
26.
Okay. You siphon through. You find one or two things that for sure are like Chakern. Chakern's in here. You find journals, memoirs, sort of reports, documents of conversations, things of that nature. But you sort of get there's a piece written by the Eternal Dragon himself about essentially the saga of him appearing and then leading up to the promise, and then sort of a report of what happened after that. And you're like, that's exactly the fucking document I need. You make your way to one of these containers, these sort of hot air balloon baskets without hot air balloons. They're made of sort of wood and metal, and they're just sort of floating there, and it's weird. You close the net behind you as you know you're about to leave, and there's just a small slot that the reference card you're holding could fit in. Oh. sense. You put it in there, and as soon as you do, like quickly, you have to like grab a basket. You're like, oh fuck!
Mhm.
Like I thought this was gonna be hot air balloon speed. You're like down a hallway, up, and then all of a sudden you're floating right in front of the book that you need. And you think that you're like, you could be like half a mile away
Yeah.
from where you just started. You have to take up a second and brace yourself. And you're like, okay,
Yeah.
this is gonna be a lot faster than I thought it was. This place is huge, but it was. He spent no expense.
But his IT security's terrible.
You peruse the book. It takes you some time because you can't read.
It's all the eye, and that's it.
Yeah, I know. It scans, and that eye really helps. You're able to absorb things much quicker than people who actually read would. Origins are unknown. At least at the time of this writing. Because this was written shortly after the promise was made. And that things started afterwards. This wasn't written after the world was fixed. This was written shortly after the world began getting fixed.
Okay.
Essentially, he just sort of walked out of the Badlands one day. Out of the thicket of it. There were rumors about him before, positive ID was made. He wasn't harming anybody, but he was helping pretty much everywhere he came from. There were stories of a tribe before him that was no more. That's where he came from. And that he was their leader and held great power. And that many believe that their spurning is what led him to go out and be like, I gotta fix some shit. But it was exactly as you were told. This man just roamed the world. He walked where he could, used magic to get where he could. But this orcish mystic not only knew that the Eternals existed, which maybe one or two were spotted or seen. It was a more populated world at the time. But to know that they were an organization, to know not only who they were, but what they were, but he also found them. And even more miraculously, he found a way to them. And in that moment, reading it, you're like, what did we have to do to get close enough to talk to the Phoenix and the Quetzalcoatl? That took a village to do. And this motherfucker got there himself. Granted, at the time, they might not have been floating out to sea. They might have been doing something else. But it was still an adventure. Is there any clarification you're looking for before I continue? You seem to be thinking about something.
Yes. So. The thing is you said they were an organization even before he met them.
An organization in and of the fact that they recognize themselves as beings of extreme power that existed before names were needed.
Okay. So not necessarily.
They were not an
together.
organized organization, but they
just
were a collective, titular sort of body.
like a pantheon almost.
A sub-pantheon.
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah.
The fact that he approached them in and of themselves is what ultimately got them to give him a large amount of respect. He was the first mortal to have ever done this. This was beyond their wildest perceptions of what a person could be. There, you learn further that the chamber that Basco described going through was created by the Vulcan so that a meeting could be held between all of these beings for the first time ever, collectively and formally. And Chakern was in attendance. To which, when Basco explained how damaging it was to be under such pressure and in the presence of such vast power, Chakern stayed for the whole meeting. He took many magical defenses, clearly, to aid him in his endeavor. But he did it. At great expense to himself, clearly. It was at this point that the old orc was starting to show age. But he still apparently never seemed to, lose the vigor, but everyone sort of assumed that was the magic, your Gandalf, your Dumbledores. He talked of a potential that he represented, that if he could do the unthinkable, in spite of generations of murder, generations of destabilization, of world unbuilding, that if given time, it would be done again and again, and they would be impressed, and they would see that a fear, a poison, trickled in these people's mind, wherein reassurance should have taken its place. A sort of joint place in the world, an assumption of togetherness. That the world be extinguished from its flame, that the world be given another chance. He spoke of the magic that he knew that they all portrayed. Obviously, he didn't know all of their power. But with assumption, and deduction, he made some pretty reasonable arguments and articulate arguments for what they didn't expect mortals to even know about themselves. They're like, oh fuck, we can't do that. It's interesting that he deduced that. He talked about how the world could be reforged in a better image. And that the young, the infirm, the innocent would have a chance to be that again. That he, as a mortal, took it upon himself to take the responsibility to travel the world, helping those that he could along the way to find these beings and convince them, at great expense and peril to his own being, to do their part. It was almost a slap in the face to them. He's done more for the world than they ever did. And they looked down upon that sort of the race of sentient humanoids. They realized they didn't have to merely exist through this cycle, as they were willing to do. But they could make sure that the right people did. That villains wouldn't be left to rule things, that innocence wouldn't be subjugated. A true, proper chance for the normal person. The fact that he impressed them, respected them, and almost presented himself as an equal is what won them over. There are personal notes after this that talk about their time spent and about how Chakern never sort of was like, I'm done, I'm going back to being a normal person, now it's on you. He always helped. He always helped where he could. There's talk about helping with the World Serpent. There's talk about this happens well before the time when he started adventuring. So that there's no real reflections on that. But in reading this, you're like, Jesus Christ, this guy must have been old when he finally passed off with Mordecai.
Yeah.
But you read here that not only did they respect them, that many of them grew to call him friend. One of those people was the Eternal Dragon. You read, the more you read, you can actually tell that the respect from this person goes from sort of just reference material for him being important enough to be written down to genuine respect for his moral character. So much so that it required reflection.
This is a pretty good and important book. Would I be able to take it?
You're holding it now.
Yeah. Like, it might not be necessarily useful in the time now, but in the future, if shit goes awry and the Eternals start turning against us, or maybe the mortals start fucking up, and be like, listen, this is how you got here. You need to remember that.
So like a Bible?
Almost.
I got me a good book about a good man who died for your sins.
I did not expect the end of this campaign would be Korvash becoming a religious figure.
No, just
Have
something.
you heard the word of Chakern?
That word's Chakern? Just something to
Chicken? No.
Chakern.
Chakern.
Chakern. Something to humble people by. Something to use to call for gatherings if needed.
So don't worry, I'm also fully going to just take books with me.
Well, we'll see if it'll let me. If I... Do I have any idea of how I can get this thing to move me back to the centralized location?
You have to put the book back.
You gotta put it back. Shit.
Roll insight.
Yeah. It's a 22.
Take the reference card out.
Okay. I take the reference card out and see what happens.
You start heading back.
Never let me remove the book from the shelf. I just feel like...
Hold on, you had the book on you.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you're going back to the reference section.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Well, we haven't stepped out of the library
Okay,
yet.
remember that. Also, there are reading rooms in libraries.
Yeah.
There are places to do notes. You're not expected to just read it right in front of... No. Read it there. You have your wicker basket.
Yeah.
Read it. No.
What if the wicker basket came with a comfy chair, though?
Comfy chair. All right. Vecna, Curator, Western Continent. Which one is he looking up first?
I want all three.
I want to say he probably would look up Vecna due to the situation first, and Curator is going to be on his mind more than the Western Isles, I think.
I think Curator's going to be on his mind more than any of that, actually.
Well, for personal sake, if it wasn't for the situation, I would say that for sure.
I'm definitely between Vecna and Curator.
Alright, we'll do Vecna because that's more pressing. And that there's essentially time. He'd give himself guidance. He's got a D12 from you. Where did that D12 go?
The one that looks like poop.
Yeah, where'd it go?
What you do
here
with my
it is.
poo flavor?
Poo flavored?
They're really cheap dice.
Trying to think.
When Preston's not here. But
He's got advantage because he gave himself enhance ability. Yes. Plus a +4. My fucking god!
Another 20 on researching shit.
This is the fourth nat 20 of the session?
You've had one, I've had
Yeah,
one.
You've had 2.
Two. I have 4.
Sorry, we're broken.
Grabs it, puts it away, disappears.
Corvax, excellent.
He finds that this is hard to come by because this is ancient for a lot of people. This was a great villain, you know, pre-Calamity War, you know, pre-war that tore the world asunder. He was a bad guy then. I mean, the only reason his story existed was because people kept telling that story through the bad times of like, hey, just be thankful Vecna's not here. So there's little to be done by, and he realizes how hard it is to find a reference for it, other than storybooks and reports. He does find essentially a sort of clerical breakdown, full report of what and everything Vecna was. From everything that it's described, Vecna was the plague of plagues. He didn't just show up and kill people. He brought a wave of undeath with him. Armies would fall. He would raise them, and with them he would fall more armies in which to raise. It took the combined efforts of multiple clerics, paladins, some of the greatest adventurers, and might of armies to take him down. Because not only were his forces must be distracted, but he himself must be defeated. He's placed himself in a unique state of undeath, unlike any other Lich before him. He's a sort of almost proto-Lich, if that makes any sense. He did it clean. Cleaner than anyone else has done it before. So much so, he presumably has more than one phylactery, as it was presumed that he was perished before, as a phylactery here in this description is labeled as being destroyed, and yet a phylactery is what you found rendered in another sort of pocket dimension. Swept away, much like your father was. But you also get the sense that if a piece of him remains, he might come back as well. As there talk about loyal servants wearing or donning pieces of his flesh. Specifically, his eye and his hand. I'll let you guys catch up for a little bit before I drop the bombshell. Look, finish,
Oh,
please.
no, I'm finished. I put Vecna as the OG Lich. Because he is.
Alright, and basically he said his followers, priests, would sometimes have an eye or hand.
But there was a third, the heart of Vecna. Only those truly best would be allowed to wear it, don it. Anyone else who didn't, much like the eye or the hand, would be killed. This would do far worse than kill you, making you a living, undead thrall permanently under his control. And if he was dead, giving him heirs for rebirth through you.
We can all agree, Redacted probably has one part of Vecna.
You do also get other information about liches here, and one of the things that you've been told over and over again, they need energy, they need soul power. They don't get to eat and consume like we do. They don't get to absorb normal energy like we do. He was away for a long time where he wasn't able to consume. The fact that he was able to exist and teleport himself out, you can garner here as a miracle. But these reports are from the pinnacle of his power. And from this you can read it's been... How many years was the world lost in a civil war? Hundreds? Was it decades? Was it centuries? Was it millennia? No one knows, because really, nothing was really properly written down at that time. Except for maybe here. But... we're talking at least 1,000 years, you know that, in this age. He's got a lot to make up for. But once he's become full powerful, his wave of undeath will presumably start again as he wishes to become a living god of undead. The only way to do that is by watching it over the world. Before Magnus proved that human ascension was possible, this was his sort of cursed form of doing that. Spited, thinking he was very powerful, made his own cheat way of becoming a god. And given the fact that he's able to return so and so often, he thinks he's destined to eventually do it. He's unkillable. Everyone else is. A man like that is eventually going to succeed, right? Just law of large numbers.
Quantity.
I'm gonna chewed on a piece of thought during that. I'm like, would somebody like Vecna want to side with someone like Malin who wants to wipe out the entirety of his food source? Yeah, it'd be eating good in the neighborhood at first. Eventually he'd run out of food.
Yeah, but one can also argue there's no honor among thieves. The future man himself said he thought he was better than the Praetorian. He thought he was smarter than the Praetorian. Still worked under him because he was able to kill as many people as he was. Everybody in that organization thinks they're going to get the one up on the other one.
Yeah. Except Clayton, who thinks he's just being an honest bad guy.
You don't even know Clayton's with him.
Hey guys, they just seem
He's
pretty
just his
cool.
own thing, baby.
He shows up, he's like, alright, I'm ready to kill you three.
Who's this guy? Oh, the Praetorian. Fuck.
Hit him with the chisel. God, could you imagine being killed with a chisel?
feel like that probably happened.
So, going back to you. You go through the reference cards, and there are whole swaths just grabbed in great chunks. You see that there are pieces just removed by the handful. Like, yeah, I know Praetorians in here somewhere, so I'm just gonna grab all of the ones around it too. Let's not fuck around. There are parts of the reference section that would have led to the Praetorians that were even burnt out. You even make a trip or two out thinking you found a reference card for a book and then find that entire section burned. As this man has gotten rid of any of his own history as he can. And so you think outside the bun. And you look for more collective. Anything with P is probably going to be under attack by this guy. And you look more for eternal-based things. Trying to maybe grab him as a whole. You end up finding a book about the role after the world decided to get in reconstruction. Until you find another book referenced in that index. The Vaults and Their Construction. Reflections by the Eternal Dragon. An oversight. A reference for a reference. You start pouring through the book. Immediately you get probably one of the only stories left about the Praetorians that exist at all. Well, it known that there were two. A woman and a man. It's reflected in the foreword that the Eternal Dragon believed this to be a sort of yin-yang. Too much power for one individual. And that is why they're able to web the Arcanum. To be able to move the power through the ley lines of the earth themselves was meant to be shared by more than one. You get no knowledge anywhere that the assumption that a third was ever even possible, let alone in the workup. Some of the other Eternals bred. The Praetorians were respected, honorable, and at a time in the foreword you see that they were actually excited originally when the races of humanity and sentience was starting to weave the webs of magic. They actually were like, oh, cool beans. Like, they're doing it. They're drinking from our waters. They're growing. Hurt by the power that was gifted to them, from their own vessels, from the ley lines that course at their feet that they can web and control. They were using it to destroy one another. The vaults were their idea to essentially be trials, locks, things that couldn't simply just be opened, experiences that had to be earned, thought out, separated, no logical order. Thought was put into difficult places to hide them, that no patterns were formed at all. Took years to lay out the network, the groundwork, and even further such building. They never got discouraged. They were disappointed. They never got discouraged. They always thought that the races of man, elf, dwarf, and all others would eventually prove their worthiness. And they were excited at the prospect of reconstruction. They thought that piece by piece they would put these artifacts back in their place and use them to better themselves.
I'm really glad that like humanity's #1 supporter was killed by humanity.
But not only did they build these arcs, these vaults, not arcs, these vaults, they almost were an advisotorial role, like as all of them. They all did more than just one thing. They existed as watchers, as all of them had jobs currently. As the curator watched the web of their timeline and their potential futures. Praetorians sat at the gate, waiting for the races of the world to find them, so that they could welcome them to the great race that is the rest of the world. The fact that the entire lives they've only been a drop in the bucket, and that there's so much more out there. And it's at that moment the pit in your stomach hits. That's why they came out to meet them. That's why they came out to greet them. It was their job. They were the ambassadors.
Page 5.
Does anyone want to kill Baby Mark?
Come on, man. It's just a baby. Do you want your final title be Baby Killer?
Roll a perception check for me. You as well.
Oh, advantage. That's 20.
This is the fucking episode for it, I guess. What'd you get?
A natural 20.
What's that D4?
That was the
Guidance.
guidance from earlier. Oh, sorry. 18.
Come on, gang. You only get to use it for the first one. It doesn't stay on you forever. It's not Bless. Also, Bless would have worn off by now. It was just for that initial research. That's enough for both of you. One of the recurring themes in the architecture here are this sort of draconic humanoid figure sort of sitting in a chair with a book in front of him. And it's large. Not as large as the dragon was. Probably about... Remember the old golem that you fought? 2 of those. Double it, both width and height. And on ground level, and on certain parts, this visage, a sort of like a librarian or a judge or something. Seems to be actually pretty prevalent. It's hidden because there's ferns everywhere and there's jungles and there's streams. But occasionally you just hit by and you're like, oh, I don't see it. Does this have like the ancient dragon symbol or something? No. And you make your way back to the center together.
Well, that's bizarre.
I feel like now would be a good time to take our first break.
Yeah, sure.
My wrist needs.
It's been an hour and a half. Why not?
Hour and a half of scribing.
Sir, I'm taking more notes, sir. And it's also a good idea to like take what you've learned and then let's rethink what our strategy is going to be from this point forward.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Google the Praetorians.
You're gonna Google the
I'm gonna
Praetor-
Google the Paragons now.
What?
I was thinking about it. I'm like, I'd really like to see if I could find an explanation. I mean, obviously we have the Paragons out in the real world to ask, but maybe the Eternal Dragon has insight into the battle between the Praetorians.
Are you going to waste your time for that when you literally have the ear of every single one of the living Praetorians? With the exception of Tybalt?
Paragons, yeah. You know what happened for the most part. They
Yeah.
freaked out.
Don't. Yeah, exactly. You guys freaked out too when you saw an earthen bug man walk out doing magic at you.
Yeah.
I'm not racist. Are you?
I'm racist.
This guy was raised on killing monsters and was told by a great old friend to protect the humanity
Mm-hmm.
that he worked so hard to create. And then he killed himself so that he couldn't spoil, hey, there's a whole world out there.
Mm-hmm.
Go get it. And he left it under Mardukar.
Alright.
Yeah,
So-
there's a lot.
Ba-ding.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna come back and do another 2 hours of looking at lore.
Well, maybe. Unless something happens.
Unless what happens?
Unless something happens.
What happened, Josh?
I don't
Maybe
know.
if we just put the book back, we'll be okay.
We try to take the book and then it's just like, no.
I love that he has a gun in your universe. Alright. Any other thoughts before we take our break? Concerns?
I feel bad for the Praetorians.
Yeah.
Yeah! Yeah, you should! You did it. Goddamn
Not personally.
stinking mortals.
Look at Korvac. Did he do it? He's just.
I was just an innocent guy. So, but you, Mac.
The Praetorian at the end of the world is just like, I finally killed all dishonorable humans. Welcome to the club, Korvac.
I mean, he did invite me first.
I just kept trying to kill you, and I couldn't. Well, technically, by extension, Basco was offered first.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
But you were the only one to get a formal invitation. Well, no, the Praetorians basically invited everybody by now, just to try to divide y'all. He's a stinker, that guy.
What if I did, man? What if I was like, alright.
You would
I
give me your character,
Yeah, that would have to happen.
and you would come with a new character, and then you guys would have to fight Korvac along the way. Hey guys, let's do hard mode. Let's all give our characters to the Praetorian, and then come back with newer characters.
Well, that'd be shit. I love the idea that
But you
took-
like meta make the fuck out of a level 21 build.
I love the idea of you taking like a really fucking powerful boon, like I have infinite health regen, and then next session,
He did.
make it the bad guy.
He did.
Almost. Getting there.
I mean, what is it, 25 health a turn?
26, I think.
Yeah, it's fucking... It's
Loony.
higher than pretty much any monster, I'm pretty darn sure.
Korvac just sits down. Korvac, the Praetorian sits down. Now do the thing I always like you to do, Korvac. Start doing push-ups.
I gave Brando 40 health regen a turn. 'Cause
Yeah.
I thought that was bonkers.
Yeah.
And you're 14 away from that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Could get you there.
I remember that fight, man. Like,
it's like, I don't know if we can do this. I'm like, you are so fucking close.
every time getting single digits.
This is what we need to do, right? We're staying alive?
I mean, to be fair, out of the three of us, if there's anybody who's going to ascend to godhood, it's going to be Korvac.
So you better make sure he makes it. You
Yeah.
gotta sacrifice yourself any chance you get so that he gets to live that precious punum. Look at him.
And I'll be able to play a fighter barbarian next campaign who worships the god Korvac.
He's right over there. He's a god.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
You wanna be a werewolf?
Yes. God, yes, please. Alright, we'll be right back, gang. Or will we?
I have the second blood chrysalis.
They can hear us speak again, so stop with our evil discussion of world domination.
Oh, Riley.
With
It's
the
the auto parts.
That'll be.
Don't do this to us. Josh, press the button.
Oh, you've come to join us for the second part of the session, is that right?
So, with the world being in, Thomas, put yourself in this little notch here, so that you're not being destroyed by the Josh.
Yeah.
You all make your way back to the reference section. You all have shared what you have all learned. You all now have a brief moment together. What time did I say it was earlier? Like
Noon.
yeah. So we're looking at about 2:30 right now. You are amongst each other's presence again, open for discussion before going into our second round of investigations.
Hello again, boys. I'm sure everybody got a lot of useful information out of their travels.
Basco pipes up. Well, I'll be honest, Mac. This Vecna sounds like just as big of a threat as the Praetorian.
What about you, Korvac?
Is that which one did I look over at?
Yeah, right now. Or the Kern is a great man. I have this book explaining his travels and his arguments, or rather, reasoning with the I almost said elders, with the
Eternals?
Eternals, yes.
I want to take any kisses.
She's tasting me to make sure I'm still delicious.
She doesn't need to taste you for that.
I want to take this book, but I don't know if the library will let me, just because we've seen weirder things.
Basco goes, I know what you mean. There's some creepy statues.
Yeah.
Like, they're not everywhere, but, like, they occasionally show up, and they're just, like, massive dragon people? And they're giving me they kind of remind me of their own golems, so I don't...
Kind of want to take a look at those things and check it out. Also, we could take the bag of holding and just kind of dip the book into it, see if we get a reaction.
Kreathel also speaks up. Also, I don't want to intrude upon the... But one mustn't neglect his home. We are... This entire internal layer of this bubble is entirely a library. But the bubble itself and the world outside of it is... is his home. Was his home. If we have information directly that we're looking for about him, let us not ignore that.
Right.
It's easy to get just last. It's just like a rainforest and a redwood forest, and it has my God, it has regions, and it's. I was just while he was reading about Vecna, I had myself stumbling through a fiction category. And I was just, there was a pond with a bench, and there was a bird bath, and at one point a giant eagle flew over my head. This is like an ecosystem. It's easy to get lost in this, but my God, this is a quarter or a third of the entire thing. It's massive.
I do mean it. I do think you can live a lifetime in here.
I could. And I wouldn't get bored. And Basco's like, and we live a long time.
So, the Praetorians, bad news, fellas. Praetorians actually were our biggest supporters until the, Paragons killed them. Their whole thing was they kind of waited outside expecting once mortals, breach outside of Pangaea, they were going to show, be like, hello, everybody. Thank you for discovering the real...
Reaching for my die. Fucking damn it. If it wasn't such a massive thing, it wouldn't have done that.
It's so fucking top heavy.
Gonna smell like wine in here for a minute.
Yeah.
At least it was mainly on me. It didn't get on the chair. Oh, a little bit on the chair. At least Marty didn't get drenched like the other night.
I would have run around the house and licked
No,
myself.
remember when she jumped off the fucking
Yeah.
the curtain?
Oh yeah. You told me.
Because that landed directly on me. I had a glass of wine in my hand. That went in the fucking air as she was fucking falling. So it was basically like a waterfall of fucking wine hit her. I'm like, well, I gotta grab that and pat dry her, so because she's gonna start licking herself dry.
Yeah.
Peach notes.
I don't feel so good.
My tum tum feels yummy.
I'm gonna go die.
I mean, they have highly filtering internal organs.
Just gonna put it right next to the sink.
We'll deal with this when they're done.
Like the idea of like one of us is drinking wine in game and just spilled it everywhere.
Oh God!
Cormac just gets on the floor.
I got it, guys.
Such a good gentleman.
Let me do it again.
The rest of this session will just be us spilling wine on the table.
I forget exactly what we were going, but
Let's see.
we were about to start moving on, I think. We were discussing Vagna, we were discussing Jakern, we discussed that
The Praetorians
was our
were-
biggest supporter.
Yeah.
Literally doing like the Praetorian voice.
But yeah. So what you're suggesting is maybe one of us poke around outside?
The rest of the evening,
Hmm.
I mean, it's what, 2:30, not even 3 o'clock? We can do a little bit more investigating, I'm not saying, but that's not, get lost and put blinders on and go down a tunnel and end up spending no time outside of this bubble.
Of course.
Roll the D100.
Oh yeah, the D100.
Oh yeah, you gotta roll that D100.
50.
Or maybe 500.
500?
A D100 getting 500 would be mind-boggling.
I still think that before we move on, because you're getting the same vibe, Vasco, just stand in front of one of the statues and put a book in the bag and see what happens.
Maybe we should do that as we're planning to leave. Otherwise we're, setting off an ancient horror just as we're in the middle of investigating. They're cool of us for right now.
You don't think they have a way of duplicating books here, do you? They have to, right?
We could look in the reference section for
Duplication?
duplication, the duplicator.
Duplication. Tell you what, I think before I step out and look around there, I'm gonna look for if there's like a way to replicate these books.
about you?
Go ahead and give me a quick investigation. Not you.
17.
From cursory glances and time you've spent so far, and then just now saying that and looking around, you get the vibe that replication's fine if you bring the means.
Oh, you gotta do it yourself. Makes sense.
Got all the time in the world, you could copy it by hand, but everybody that comes here would presumably be highly versed in magic. That shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah.
Maybe an unseen servant.
Yeah.
Maybe a magnificent mansion full of unseen servants.
Hmm.
Maybe simply a spell, you know? Who knows?
Yep.
But, it's sort of, you know, DIY.
Mm-hmm.
DIY. DIY, not DYI.
Do yourself it.
Yeah, something?
Part of me is just like, I want to study the Western continent.
It's not really pertinent right now.
I know, it's just more of like a
Basco does pitch in and say that he is also interested in that, because that's one of those things that, you know, he's also on the lookout for.
I mean, I could look up Asimar. I could look up, you know, maybe information about Malin. Maybe any of the Eternals we, you know, haven't met. You know, through other means. We could look up the Curator.
I'm going to do the curator next,
Okay.
Basco says.
Alright. As far as the Asmar go, maybe I can look up more than just the Asmar, if there are others. Because clearly, there are others out there. I mean,
At least at one time.
I think now. How else would,
Fourth,
Worth have already had a village at this point?
remember, Normir had a lot of people.
Mm.
He could have been siphoning people off from Normir, especially because it quickly went from penal colony mine to research station / border of the world.
True.
A lot probably slipped through the cracks in those times.
Yep.
A man with that strength and the knowledge to get in and out. Hey guys, you want a cool world, or do you want to keep, you know, working off a sentence here?
Yeah.
Want to get fucked by Joe Sixpack? And like have a feast every night of wild exotic animals that we hunted together?
Dude, I feel so proud. This guy was literally just like, yeah, alright. And now he says,
Hey, you guys want to come with me? Yeah. Beats digging.
He's our secret ace in the hole. We're gonna seek him out in our final battle, and he will be level 3.
You guys should have been leveling me the entire time, but instead you misdirected me.
should have simply.
Time after time.
You put me in the daycare for too long.
You keep, every time you lean on that, it pushes it back. I mean, I'm not saying don't lean back, but just get the back of the chair off of the fireplace. There you go.
So, I think we have our answers of what we're doing for the next couple hour.
Curator.
Mm-hmm. Outside people's ASMR, even.
Basco goes, I think it'd be important to make sure that you were specific. Are you looking for a lot of outside peoples, or you want to know specifically about the SMR? 'Cause that's probably two different things. I mean, one is part of the other, but the other one is like enough to be its own subject.
Yeah. Let's
Mac, what are you doing?
Western continent. It's
You're taking my last one if you do that. Because I was going to do that one after Curator. If you wanted to do something else.
I kind of want to look up Magnus.
Well, right then. Makes more sense since you're a wizard and all.
Who knows what secrets are hidden in Magnus's life?
A lot, I think.
Yes.
ASMR it is.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going first? Guidance, guidance, guidance.
Cool.
remember that lasts for 1 minute in your next action. So, like, next skill check. So, like, you know.
Yep.
You're not using it 15 minutes from now, so just fucking use it. He's got... Oh, wait a minute. You can't do that and enhance ability at the same time.
They're both concentrations.
Yes. I think. Let me double check. Yes. So for that, we'll say that the last time he handed out the steak to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have guidance?
No. Hey, Blood Chrysalis, can you do that?
Hey, can you, before we roll, are we sure there's nothing else we want to do?
Inspiration.
Thank you for not giving me the damn shit die. And how you give us inspiration? Let me knock the line
Alright,
up here again.
team. As fast as possible. Learn all you can with your brains. Absorb them.
Absorb the brains.
Absorb it. Especially you, Korvac. Absorb it.
If Soth were just here as a puppet, he'd be able to give us all guidance. That's a 6, not a 9. Did both my die get dramatically over there? Okay. Not a nat 20, but an 18 and a 6.
Natural 20.
Again?
Yeah.
And what was yours on again?
Investigation.
Oh,
No, you fucking idiot.
Oh, Magnus.
So I only got a 16.
Finally got a 16?
Only got a 16. I rolled a 7, but the support dice helped me.
You rolled at advantage, right?
Yep, that's my other dice. 3
So a 7, a 3.
plus 8 plus 1.
What's your D4 for?
Guidance, yeah.
From...
Oh, did he not give guidance?
No, I just said that because he didn't have concentration.
Well, 15.
You sure you don't want to burn an inspiration before I give you your result? Because he's going to wait again on his nat 20.
Why not?
Why not, he says.
We're coming to the end of the campaign.
Haven't I given you... Didn't I give you one, like, after game last week?
I do have 3. I guess I could do 1.
This campaign is going to end very quickly.
Yeah, like, I love... Like, obviously use them all in the final boss fight.
Fuck!
Did you do worse?
I did plus 1 better, so but it's still lower than the 7, so still only 15. What inspiration got?
Big bird people.
That's not what ASMR are.
Well, I imagine with their wings.
I mean, they're, like, not... Like, when you think big bird people, I think Kimku and...
Well, I think for someone like Korvac, you saw a man flying with big wings up.
I
in
mean,
the sky.
a 15 doesn't make him an idiot. Doesn't make him a retard. It just makes him, you know, like, that's still really good. Like, a 5 for an average person makes them, you know, not even that. Like, a 1 is what we're talking about for big bird people, and that's just for misconception alone.
Racism.
15 is fine. Just because you've been Mr. Nat 20s over here doesn't mean you gotta belittle him.
Don't
Sorry,
worry.
Korvac.
We'll get out of this cycle, and I'll go back to rolling 4s and 5s for 3 sessions straight.
Oh, yeah, I guess I gotta do 18 plus 4, 28. So we'll do yours first, because it's the lowest. You failed us all. We would have had an advantage on Malin, but now we're doomed to die. The only way to have gotten the good ending was to roll that one check right there, and it's all over, Josh. All over. It's all over now.
Hey, would you allow me to use my vision to look through the library while I'm not here?
What do you mean while you're not here?
So, like, if we leave the location, right, and I'm just like, well, I can scry on this location, and because I can move around, I can peruse.
We'd have to, like, leave.
Yeah, but
books
how would you
open.
open books?
Just not
If you left a bunch of books, I'm gonna make several copies of the same book with all of its pages out, so I could just scan it and read it on my days
Make-
off.
we
It would have been easier just to read it.
We make a Korvac simulacrum whose whole roll.
He can't learn anything.
Yeah, but he could still
No,
flip
no, no.
pages for me.
Oh, okay.
That's his whole duty. Is just
Ready?
take.
Ready?
Yeah.
beep, beep, beep. That means turn the page. Got it.
God, what a life.
When you're a simulacrum, it literally doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, you all make your separate ways. You go off. This time, you're not high up in the air, you're low to the ground. You're basically, like, you could literally just open the net and just hop off. It's, like, hovering an inch above the ground. And you're right at, like, near the entrance, between, like, this long hallway of these giant bookshelves that are towering, like, 80, 100 feet above you. But what's really freaky is that if you were to turn your head left as you're kind of just looking at this bookshelf, one of those statues is just right there. Almost like staring at you. It's pure happenstance, of course. But it's just sort of like, you've already felt uneasy about them, and now you're just like, just gonna read this book.
Yeah.
Hope that's okay.
Okay. What happens if I pull a dagger and it's like, eh?
You don't have the bag of holding. He does.
No, I meant like a dagger. Be like, what? What?
You just start eating the book. Hey,
Well, that's what we're here for. You need teriyaki sauce? You start thumbing your way through it. Thank God you made it specific on ASMR, because if you'd gotten everything and rolled a 15, you would have gotten nothing. So by specifying, you're at least able to get a little bit of something here. Another report by the Eternal Dragon. This time it talks about basically, it needs to be reported because, of course, it needs to be documented, but ultimately a failure on their part. That as they were reshaping the world, other forces that be were trying to do the exact same thing, but because they were outside forces, they were kind of like, hey, here's some people. Sorry, we put it on a conveyor belt of a world that's constantly forged and mixed-matched with monsters at the moment. Oopsie dizzle. Doesn't help that at the time, this world was essentially just a no man's land wasteland. Bad things were happening in it all the time. So it talks about how many tribes of Aasimar, all from different folks and different gods and different sorts of spurs and creation, many were wiped out by coming to places they weren't supposed to as the worlds were shifting. You know, showing up in the lava. These people were at least in a salvageable place. But one of the few surviving tribes was almost all but obliterated by a battle between celestials and demons and devils. A sort of battle of divine titans occurred, attracted by the energy of the Aasimar itself, thinking to still be a wasteland, not realizing that it was a world being fixed. The leader of the tribe had a family. His house caved in around him as it burned down. He couldn't move. He was all but stuck. Being burned, being trapped, being crushed, being pierced by the frames of his own home. Give me 1 second. We're on an ad right now, and I don't want to drop this bomb.
Gives me time to catch up.
Yep. So let me bonk everybody with the dark saber. I was gonna use those hooks and like hang it, But then I realized how fucking heavy it was. I was like, I don't think those hooks are gonna work. Plus, you'd have to like have like one hook here and the other one all the way out on the other side, or else it would just like, because of how one-sided it is.
Two pens, two hearts.
Yeah. Wibbly wobbly. Timey wimey.
It's gonna be okay, Josh.
It won't.
It won't be.
No, it won't. A 19? Fuck, everybody's rolling high tonight. I gotta save the rest for my attack. No, never mind. Okay.
Josh, we have to save the combat for next session with Preston.
So, now I'm gonna finish what I was saying earlier, now that the ad break ended. He had to watch while he was pressed under the weight of his own home, being slowly crushed and killed by it, as his family burned to death, begging for his help that he couldn't give. The rest of his village and tribe was almost all but destroyed in this fight. Everyone assumed him, the leader, the chieftain of this tribe, to have perished. However, an outsider appeared. Someone came and for some reason, sensing a life or something, started rooting through his chieftains and pulled him from the ashes, still alive, badly burned, badly hurt, needing of great care. The Aasimar were told and assumed the role that chieftain would need great care from them, both mentally, emotionally, and physically. And that they knew that they were going to have a long journey from there. That clearly did not go successfully, as this is the story of Malin.
Yeah.
From the pit of your stomach, you get the mindset. Kindred souls. The Praetorian felt betrayed and exiled by these same Eternals. Same thing happened to them. They were left at the wake of the Reconstruction and they perished for it. Curator knowledge, 24 plus 4, 28. Basco gets in. Oh, wait. Did you want to do anything in front of the statue? I know you kept joking about it. Let me give you the opportunity.
Throw the book at it.
Lightning.
Well, let's be really minor at first. The book clearly has a location it belongs. What if I just shifted it down $3 and put it away?
Everything already sort of has a spot.
Yeah.
So you take the book out of that spot and put it there, and then you put the other book there.
Hmm.
Nothing seems to matter. Roll insight.
See, something I'm actually good at. 25.
You're in a magic box in a magic man's magic world with magic books. Probably doesn't go to the location. Probably goes to the book. You'll link the reference card to the book.
Yeah.
Eden.
Oh. How close is it? Is it close enough to just kind of waltz over and take a peek at it?
Probably about 75 feet away. If you wanted to hop off your thing and go over there,
Yeah.
Good 6-second sprint.
go ahead and give me an investigation.
Dual 16s.
For a total of
16.
it's a giant dragon statue that's reading a book and holding the torch.
What's it reading?
Yeah, what's it reading?
You climb up it.
Yeah. Yep.
Give me an athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, only 27.
It's tough because it's not really designed for you to be doing this. But you're a strong lad and you climb up. And might I remind you, it's a tall sumbitch.
Yeah.
You're climbing about 50 feet up to get on the book. No, not 50. More like 35. What languages do you speak?
I speak
Because I don't.
giant.
I don't speak you. I don't think you speak the language.
Elvish, a common, but I do have this nifty eye.
That's right.
I'm so glad we souped you up.
Yeah.
You immediately it starts reading it as some sort of draconic. It's definitely draconic, but it's a dialect that's tough, and it's starting to decode it now.
Mm. Okay.
It's taking a couple minutes. You're just sitting there doing. Do you do anything while you do this?
Well, I kind of have to keep my focus on this.
Yeah.
So it's not like I can like look away at anything.
You could send.
I don't save that sending. I only have the one. If I even still have it. Well, I can always murmur to or rumble off to the blood crystals. While I'm trying to look into this. What do you think? Should I look into what your Rhine notes did was? Or can I trust that they let me know everything there is to know about your people, your race?
Are you asking if you could trust me to tell you everything about me?
I just want to know if you have everything is what I mean to say.
Oh, if I'm missing
Yes.
bits and pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be anything about me in these halls that I don't already know about myself.
Okay.
What the fuck is on this book, though, huh?
Yeah.
Why would there actually be something here? Why wouldn't it just be chiseled nonsense?
Hmm.
Anytime there's a book and a sculpture, it's usually just nonsense, right?
Or it's like some sort of famous poem or something, but like I don't know what this could be.
2 eggs. 3 cups of flour. 2 ounces of milk.
It's his grocery list? Hey, come on down to the Eternal Dragon's Shine Library. After a few minutes of deliberation and quiet discussion with the blood chrysalis, it starts to decode it, and it's just like a sort of slowly as like a comment is sort of written over it that you can embolden in your eyes so that you can read it. And it just says the rules of the Eternal Dragon's Library.
Oh, this would have been so helpful. Thank God. What are the rules? Are they numbered?
A book must never leave the library.
A book must never leave. Got it. Go on. No fire?
Duplicates can be made at the expense of the duplicatee. Respect must be shown in all forms to the library, to the Eternal Dragon, and to the librarians. The highest respect must be made to the books themselves, within these halls, there are no factions, sides, enemies, or allies. And that's it. What do you do after reading this?
Ooh. They're not. Are they too close enough to use my own telepathy that I have, or can I only use that with? Okay. All right. So.
Maybe if they were werewolves.
If you want.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna be disrespectful to the books.
All right. I can only send to one of them.
Who do you think's gonna be more likely?
Or you could send to them and tell them to tell the other person.
True. I send to Mac. There are rules written on the books held by the dragons. Respect the books.
You have 6 words to tell him to also tell Vasco.
Pass it on to Vasco, please.
All right, sounds good, bud. And then I will then send to Basco. Hey, Basco. Corvax says there's some rules on the books. He says to respect the books.
Alright, I wasn't going to burn them or anything, but good to know. Anything else you do, or you do hop off? What do you do?
I'm gonna climb down, not just fucking hop off.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
Alright. Thank God I had advantage. 24.
There's a brief period as you walk to the edge to turn around to grab onto the ledge to leave that you see out of the corner of your eye that the statue was staring at the back of your head, and as soon as you started to turn around, started looking straight.
Oh, okay. Well, they're probably fine.
Roll insight.
Yeah, they're probably fine.
It's not fine.
They're holding the Great Dragon's rules. Of course they're fine. Unnatural, Tony.
Who are the 3 things that require respect?
The Elder Dragon, the Librarians. I didn't get that far by the time you said it.
And the library.
The library.
I wonder who the librarians are.
That could be the Librarians.
You have no knowledge of any other beings in this place besides the Eternal Dragons and his soldiers. You get the strong sense after realizing that this statue is alive and just watching you. That there's a good chance that these are librarians. A real good chance. Hey, don't steal the books.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just all of them start standing up. No, I'll put it back.
What if we teleport out?
You get one warning.
It's simple. We just carry as many books with me and we teleport out.
Just
Not
run,
like
run! They can't get us all!
the librarian
The
just
rest of
starts
us will make new characters!
The librarian immediately sprints out of the library towards where
Like it's a week later, you've beaten the Praetorians, you're like, ah, God, what a trip that was. Wait, what's that? Oh fuck. Go. There's no time!
Guys!
Drop the books and run!
We're not safe on this continent anymore!
3 years later, just rocking up on the shore. No! Not here too!
Guys, we have to go to another universe, another Pangaea.
Yeah, that worked for everybody else that's tried that.
We should just try fighting them. They're all like level 4. We're just
They're weak as shit, they're just really huge. I have 8 HP. How is that possible? You do anything else before you hop in your hot air balloon and leave?
Well, I put the book back. And, leave.
We were able to take it back with you.
No, I'm just gonna put the fucking book
drop the
back.
book.
So what do you do with the other book that you have in your possession?
I'm gonna have to go back to where it was.
You don't have to put it back.
Oh, Korvac would want to put it back.
Okay, you make your way on your trip back beforehand to put that book back.
Yeah.
And then you make your way back to the reference section. You got another fucking nat 20. We're gonna do Basco's first on the goddamn curator.
I'm using up all my nat 20s.
Yeah, you're gonna be fucked the rest of the campaign.
It's funny, I've burned luck rolls for both, and then on the luck roll, I've gotten the nat 20.
So you got one more on you then.
Yeah.
So, for some reason, the curator is also burned up pretty bad. A lot of the information on the curator is gotten rid of, as he saw that was a potential asset as well. He gets a few references, he gets a few notes, he gets a few tidbits of conversation. There is scraps to be had. He finds that it's... The Eternal Dragon found him quizzical. He didn't know how to think about him. On the one hand, he saw a lot that he could respect, but on the other hand, he saw... laissez-faire might be the right term, or might be the wrong term, but he was there because he found a way to worm himself out of reality, but yet tethered to our own. And there was both power in that and a cowardice in that.
So he really wasn't fully respected.
Not by everyone. There was many that saw him as friends. He saw him as a friend and respected him, but he reflected on the fact that the illogical fallacy of what he is. It took him time, of course, but he did over the years not only see him as someone respectful, but as someone he could see as an ally. Maybe not a friend like all the others, but maybe it's hard to tell with just the documents that you have in front of you. You feel like you're missing a lot of pieces to the puzzle here. Like, you're only getting about 30 to 40% of the pool. But one thing is for certain, is that in the world that he inhabits, the curator has technologies beyond everyone's wildest dreams. He actively has multiple screens in front of him that showing multiple different futures. He sees the time stream. He can dilate time. He can control its flow in his own sanctum. Seeing as how time runs differently between the realms, but they're tethered together, he seems to have near limitless spell capabilities. And yet no one knows what he actually looks like. Almost as if they're scared of him. And that's what the problem was at the beginning. Is this a man that's giving his all? Giving us 5%? Exceeding what he's capable of at expense to himself? No one really knows. But he's some sort of entity beyond anyone's recognition or comprehension. And somehow he seems to know exactly what future looks like. And he knows when destiny's been changed. And then there's something else in here. A sort of discussion of the web of fate. Causality. Existence. The world was in chaos. And that caused futures to veer off in multiple different endings, all disastrous. But things here look disastrous in a different way now. That fates were manipulated. That the true goal never was fully accomplished. The innocent still aren't in charge of their own fate, are they? While they're trapped inside these walls. The web of fate that the curator saw kept being elastic. It got stagnant for the longest time, but it seemed to be stagnant in a disastrous way. So he just offered what really had changed. Doom because they never had the courage, the propensity, the desire, the drive to leave, was doom all the same. Was a hand saving? Was a hand hindering? Or at the end of the day, is this always our fate? Or are we doomed to be fateless? The Eternal Dragon was uncomfortable with these kinds of desires, because this is a man of a history, not of a man of future. History is easy to understand, and that is why you get the sense that they're everything is better in hindsight. Everything is better in history. This man, the ancient dragon, wanted to use history to guide the future. The curator saw it and walked amongst it. The fact that these two people were able to walk together and work together shows a lot of maturity beyond what you think normal people would be capable of. Pretty much it for that. Do you guys think that there'd be any logical follow-ups? I have all the answers in my head, so I don't really want to say anything, but like,
yeah. Was
there any sort of things that you think somebody else or he would ask at this point? What exactly? Your nat 20 was what specifically?
About Magnus.
Anything specific about Magnus?
The history of Magnus.
Just okay.
His spell book.
Gotta catch 'em all! Spell books!
Oh, cool. He knew Praetorian Killer, a level 7
spell.
spell.
Anti-Praetorian. It's a level 10th spell.
No!
No?
No, not immediately.
Okay. You make your way to a particularly quiet section of the library. You can tell it's quiet on purpose. There's a small babbling brook nearby. In fact, you like look up and see that it's dark on purpose, as like there's a lot of canopies above you and rock enclosures. And then when you look up, there's sort of like a sort of maybe an algae or maybe a painting. You're not sure, but maybe it's just magic. It looks like there's sort of like a starry night, like you're sitting in the middle of dusk. Bookshelf much smaller than the other ones, almost meant to be hidden. And it's just sort of in obscurity, looking so tiny compared to all these massive bookshelves. What do they have? Children's books in here? But it talks about the greatest wizard. The most powerful wizard that ever walked the world. The first being to be invited into the pantheon that wasn't a god to begin with. But you knew all of that. But in looking, there's a detail that you forgot. The eye of Magnus. When you visited him, there was something surrounded with runes, glyphs, sort of interconnecting works of gyros, and right at the beginning, a swirling blue mass, a flowing blue energy, mixed with sort of a crystalline subject, in constant motion. A tether to the ley lines themselves, and a font of arcane energy. This was hidden somewhere by Magnus, and was reflected in your visions with him, as this is not in the book that you're reading. But you remember when you visited him, you saw it. And I told you it felt like just arcane energy was flowing from it. And then you get and that means exactly what to you?
It's the same thing the Praetorian has access to.
Precisely. So if this exists, the Praetorian isn't exactly necessary, is he?
He's just able to harness it. And Magnus must have figured out how to harness it. Clearly.
Well, he's the font of it. Which means if he were to die, and there was no other font...
Arcane magic would cease.
Precisely.
But since this exists, we don't have to worry about that.
But where does it exist? Does it currently exist in your universe? Does it currently exist on your world?
No. But Magnus is a good dude.
I'm gonna put this in really big words. We do not know where this is.
I haven't finished talking. You read more about him, about his exile. Much like the Praetorian that you read about earlier, he too was excited when he started working with magic, and he too was excited to share his beliefs with the world. But, sadly, every time he did, what he was taken was turned to pure destruction. Sure, some of the magic was, of course, destructive by nature, but to use it as rampant, to him, was childish. The beauty of power was knowing when to wield it and when not to. Restraint is far more showing of a master than someone who casts willy-nilly. Which is why he exiled himself. But some of his greatest works, you realize, were actually done in exile. Mastering of the wish. Imbibing it on items. Capturing realities. Creating realities. Shifting mountains. Magic on the levels that the Eternals thought were only possible to them. the Eye of Magnus, while reflected in his divine realm that you know about, you know that you probably wouldn't be able to take it with you. Why would he? He's a god. He doesn't have no use for it anymore. So you're thinking to yourself where to find it. You start looking through the book. And then you realize you go focus on the Eye of Magnus. You look on that. He took it with him to the moon. And despite him dropping the moon that he resided on, it clearly never made it to Earth. From everything that they scanned and did, no other font was found. So if it exists, it's still up there. Somewhere.
Possibly on another moon.
There are 2 others, and you know that things that he did on the moon did cause problems on the moon, because of the moon presence itself was a byproduct of an experiment that he did, Magnus did. So if he was in one place, maybe he secured it on another. Maybe it was the last ditch effort because he didn't. The whole point of what he was doing was to get his work away from people and to stop him from bastardizing his magic. Maybe he exiled it somewhere else entirely so that it wouldn't end up on Pangaea again when he crashed his moon on there. But it never made it back to the Earth, and the Eternals have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Is there anything else you have a follow-up with before we resolve your Nat 20?
No, nothing I can think of.
You all make your way back in your hot air balloon baskets.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly wisp your way back. You put your backup book back. And you reconvene back in the reference section.
We respected the books, Korvac, like you requested.
There's more. There's more.
There's more?
There's more. I can only really say that one. The books must never leave the library. Duplicates can be made, but on those who make its cost, respect must be shown to the Elder Dragon. The librarians, pointing towards the statue. They're alive.
They're alive?
I saw one staring at me, I swear to God. I swear to Palor.
Why don't they move?
As long as we're being good, I don't think they have a reason to move.
That doesn't make any sense, Crathel says. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Aren't librarians supposed to, like, do stuff? Like, help you? Restock books? Stuff
No.
like that?
Beyond that. Think about it. Doesn't any of this make any sense?
Oh, as to why they haven't been destroyed yet.
Or why they didn't stop anybody? They're everywhere. They're huge. Why didn't they decimate Malin's army? They didn't respect the Elder Dragon. What the fuck happened here?
Oh my god, you're right.
Look at it. Those patches burned. They didn't respect these books, but they were looking at you.
Yeah.
Something is fucky here. Basco says, wasn't there a time when we looked here and it was completely pitch black, as if the magic had ran out entirely?
Right.
Does it feel like that to you?
No.
Give me perception checks.
I won't tapped out as well. 6.
No, I got a good one. It's 26.
You look around, there are fucking, not only fauna and flora, like, there are echelons, there are food systems, there are, animals, there are magic cleaning up the poop that you haven't seen or experienced anywhere. Like, this seems to be working exactly as intended.
What does this mean, guys?
Well, find out which source. We need to know what kind of magic is keeping this going.
Well, there's option A, the Eternal Dragon is still alive, which we've gotten a lot of evidence against that. Option B, somebody else is coming up with this magic. Perhaps a Praetorian?
Or we can find out if we can find if it's like druidic magic or arcane magic.
If Pasco goes, if the Praetorian was here, we would not be. Didn't you just look up information you were absolutely not supposed to know?
I mean, that's true.
He would not let that happen.
Right.
If he was in charge of this place and you were standing on that book, the librarian would have crushed it in your hands, killing you.
Right.
It's not like a bell we can ring here that brings the librarian over to answer our questions, is there?
We know where the librarians are. Why would we need one to come to us?
You didn't seem very talkative with you. But
I
you didn't
did-
talk to him.
No, I thought it was a golem, so I don't know why I didn't talk to it.
No, you thought it was a statue.
Well, I saw it was a statue, and when
And then it moved.
and there's a golem in my head. Where's the nearest statue?
Investigations for everybody. 23 from Basco.
16.
17.
There's one, if you were to go straight down, that'd be one thing, but because you guys are so up, you can actually see that there's like kind of like a small meadow, and then just off in another section that you're able to see because you're so high up, and then that's standing in the middle of that is one of these statues sitting in the chair with a book in one hand and a torch in the other.
Well, it's different. Is it different? No, it's the same. I don't know why I was picturing like this, not like. Okay, but yes. Yep.
Just walk up. Hello, I'd like to speak to the manager.
Who's your boss?
It's an age-old question, isn't it?
Yeah.
It keeps coming back.
We walk up to it. Oh,
You'd have to fly over to it.
okay, yeah.
Because remember, you're up in the air, and then you were on a cupboard on a reference section. So like past the reference section, there's a human-sized meadow area over there.
Well, if we do that, let's just land on the pages again. The book.
Okay.
Yeah, that way
Yeah.
we could.
So Basco turns himself into Giant Eagle, picks
Yeah.
everybody up, flies. I forgot that there was Kraethel, because 2 people is easy on a Giant Eagle, but we're gonna just think that Kraethel's got hollow bones.
Yeah.
He's a twink. He's fine. He makes his way over there, and you land on the pages again. Basco reverts back to normal. Kraethel, clearly uncomfortable, having the king stand on the book.
Yeah.
Having mentioned earlier that they could close the book, crushing and killing us instantly.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello there. Can you speak?
Looks at all of you.
Okay.
We have some questions for you. About the library?
Why are you still here? How is everything still powered?
No response, huh?
Nope.
Oh boy, this might be a yes/no kind of situation.
Is the Eternal Dragon really dead?
Okay, here we go. Notes, yes/no questions.
Are you powered by the Eternal Dragon's magic? Where is the... I can't ask that. That's not a yes or no question.
What were we gonna ask?
Where is the magic going? Yes! Yes and no's. Did you, when Malin's army attacked, did you fight them at all? Even though they clearly took from the library, which is against the rules. Would we be able to take books from the library? Then why? What was different then than now? Was it the Praetorians' power that allowed them to take the books?
Did the Eternal Dragon give up?
He sort of looks on you that says, you're so close, but your answer would not be yes or no.
Right.
Did the Eternal Dragon allow them?
I can't write this all fast enough.
This is the juiciest thing we've gotten all day. Holy
I-
shit. Out of 7 fucking pages of lore.
You found another potential font of power, and you're like, this is more important.
So the Eternal Dragon let Malin sack his library and kill him? Was the Eternal Dragon coerced in some way to do this?
The delay was apparent,
Yeah.
but the no was absolute.
Okay. Was this planned?
Was the Eternal Dragon sympathetic to the Praetorian? Was the Eternal Dragon insane?
I don't think you'd like that question, Mac.
That's a good question. When you have rules on your library saying to respect the books, and you don't lastly let people
It
just
looks
kill
to you after explaining that, and after hearing you diatribe that, it starts shaking its head.
I don't think a man who's insane could plan. This was planned. Was this planned?
They basically were like, the dude was fucking nuts. But like, just because he's been around forever and has chronicled all of history,
Yeah.
you gotta be a little bonkers.
Yeah.
Especially being in exile and creating your own staff and clone army is kind of what he got. But when you said, oh no, is he so crazy that he just gave himself up because he was crazy, when you saw that was what you were getting at, that's why he said no. That is not what happened here. Just as a clarification. I should have made you roll insight for that, but y'all have been hitting nat 20s all day. You're in a little salt and pepper. So,
I appreciate it.
what's your next yes or no question?
We'll let Josh catch up. So how are you today?
Yes.
Wasn't Praetorian necessarily. It was Malin who was the one that was here. Why is it not Praetorian? Malin.
Malin is the one that struck him down.
In case that matters, but maybe.
Well, you know that there's a pact that no Eternal can kill another Eternal.
Correct. But yeah.
Did you have something?
Was this planned since the death of the Praetorians?
You've gotten the hint that every time he hasn't moved, he needs more.
Yeah, okay. So was this planned since the Praetorian currently planned on destroying the world? Okay. So a long time. This guy had this coming for a long time.
I'm just trying to think how to phrase my questions.
In the form of a yes or no.
That is true. Was the Eternal Dragon sympathetic towards the child Praetorian?
Kreathel, so to speak, said, wouldn't anybody? Sympathy doesn't mean... You already asked earlier if he was on his side, wanted to join with him. Sympathetic, because a child of a friend died. I mean, sorry. If you knew two people and they died, you'd feel sympathetic for their child.
That is circular logic, yeah. What I guess I'm trying to suss out is like, has the Eternal Dragon, like, actively been helping the Praetorian child this entire time?
Alright. My next question.
Make your scope larger, and then work downward. What was your next question?
My next question was this planned in the sense that it was inevitable that he would be targeted? Not planned because he wanted it to happen. Okay. Did he want this to happen?
Oh, that just makes things worse.
Okay, planned because inevitable, yes.
And he wanted it to happen. He's a smart dude.
Oh, my lord. Is it because of the circumstances of his exile?
Who's exile?
The Eternal Dragons.
Did you lose faith in mortal beings? Definitely not. Why would he want to perish?
He wanted us to fulfill the promise. For he knew that the only way humanity would unite and work together would be through having to fight for that. I know I'm extrapolating a lot.
Not
Roll insight.
Not the kind of enemy scenario. Wasn't necessarily needed.
13.
Well, you get the sense some of it is true, not all of it. Like, there's a lot more to it. To say yes to that would be missing so much of the plot.
So we need to back up to him wanting to...
Of why he would want to do this, yes.
Yeah.
To say, yes, that reason right there is missing. While, yes, he does know that people need to fight for themselves, that is not ultimately why he did this. There's a lot to this puzzle.
Did his death cause harm to the Praetorian? Was it a trap?
one of you got it. You don't all have to get it.
I know, but it's good to just keep records.
Yeah, absolutely. Marty, come here, princess. Princess.
It's on the other side.
What the hell was she doing?
Thoughts?
So you know it was a trap. Let's extrapolate a little bit more.
No.
In what way would it have been a trap? Did they take something from the library? That
Well, this.
Hold on. He starts saying no, then he stops. And they start saying yes. What did we decide on, by the way?
Oh, I'm actually kind of feeling Taco Bell, to be honest.
Okay. That has a 10 to 25 minutes, so
Okay.
I feel like we're on the precipice now.
yeah. But I don't want to end it and get ourselves cocked.
Yeah.
If we just order it once we're done.
It's kind of what I'm getting at.
So
So it's a trap. Something they took.
Roll insight.
Do they mean take as in like destroyed or take as in removed?
Well, that's important. Yeah. That's a good thing to think about.
24.
thank you, Gorback. 4.
With advantage?
I don't have advantage on insight.
That's right. What do you know they took? What is the one thing you know that left with them?
Oh god, we saw it happen. Other than the dragon.
Other than his life essence, you know that was still, we
Yeah.
already talked about that. What is actively out there now that you know 100% came from here, that is now under their banner?
The half dragon people.
All of his soldiers.
All the soldiers.
For as much as you know, that is the only thing that they took with them. Every book here that you can see is burned. They might have stolen a book or two.
Okay, well let's work this backwards. It was a little differently then. Is the trap gonna show in the soldiers? Is it also going to show in the life essence that was taken from the Elder Dragon? It was Malin who took it, so
It depends on if Malin, well, how Malin's course of history goes.
no, that's not it. I was asking if Malin was in a sense cursed. Then no. Well, he is cursed, but not from the Elder Dragon. All right, so the trap.
Roll insight.
I'm getting pretty good. Pretty good stuff today. So that's gonna be math. Don't fail me. This is 22. Yes, 22.
If the answer he gave there was no so quickly, after getting clarification, maybe there was something there that
Yeah.
still is to be unearthed.
Okay. So maybe something else. Malin's not cursed because of life essence, but maybe potentially there's a trap with that life essence, but we don't have yes or no. No.
Is Malin capable of utilizing the life essence?
Is it Victorian? Okay.
Preston, bud, I hope you're watching.
So many more questions than answers.
Malin actually have that Elder Dragon's life essence? On him, is it more with the soldiers? Is life essence within the soldiers? Not the soldiers. Does the Victorian have the life essence? But you gave this weird ass thing with the Malin bit.
Do they have a fake life essence? Like, were they duped into taking something they thought was the life essence, but it wasn't? I'm like on the cusp, aren't I? Shit. Is the life essence still in the library?
Oh, that was weird.
Now, I just reversed my track of thinking a little bit. The corpse of what we presume really is the Eternal Dragon, is that really the Eternal Dragon's corpse? And he's dead. Can he be brought back?
I don't like this topic.
So it's not a yes or no answer. We just need to clarify it more. Would we be able to bring him back?
Well, if
No. Would an Eternal be able to bring him back? Is he going to bring himself back? Like a trigger?
just so I know what silence is, are you sworn any secrecy? Okay, so there's potential that maybe he's just not allowed to answer some things. Nope. Okay, so nothing so far.
We got roll insight. He answered your question truthfully the right time.
18.
The no was just to that.
Okay.
The no was to the I'm not sworn to secrecy to this.
Okay.
You're just not asking the right questions.
Yeah.
You're getting so close.
Are you able to bring back the Eternal Dragon?
So to reiterate, Malin thinks he has the Elder Dragon's life essence, but it is not entirely that life essence. Is it split? Is it both simultaneously here and there?
Roll insight.
Yeah. 24.
To say split suggests 50-50.
True. That's
It-
why I was worried that you probably.
It's clearly trying to say it's got a tiny fraction of it.
Okay. It. So wait, Malin has a tiny fraction, or does the library have a tiny? That's not a yes or no. Does the library hold the majority of the essence? So Malin holds the majority of the essence.
Side question. Did Crench know about this? Because I know him and the Eternal Dragon were friends.
Would Crinch have known what happened to this life essence? Of course he would.
Probably why he didn't get that greatly upset about it, now that we think about it.
Yeah.
He would have considered the Eternal Dragon to be, part of his family in some way. He would have had a funeral for you or I. He would have had a funeral for the Eternal Dragon. It's kind of just been sitting there, staring us in his face the entire time, Korvac. Okay, let's try and switch up these questions a little bit. Other than reading books in this library, is there something that we can do to help the Eternal Dragon within this library? Okay.
Roll insight.
You do have to read books back. Oh damn, that was like
Nice.
21.
There's more. You're putting a lot of absolute in one question,
Mm-hmm.
but you could tell there's a reason why you delayed.
What do you think, Korvac? We're clearly missing something.
I know. We know there's a trap. It will show in the soldiers. Soldiers do not have the life essence. The library has a life essence, but so does Malin. Are there?
No. You asked where the majority was.
Hmm.
The library didn't have it, nor did Malin have it.
Oh, that's correct. That's exactly what I said. The majority.
You don't know where the majority life essence is currently.
Yeah.
But Malin was duped into believing he had all of it.
And he cannot use it. But one last time to solidify: does Malin have any of it? Any of the life essence? Okay. Probably just enough to be duping him. Yeah. I'll start writing stuff down.
That means you gotta talk now.
This game of like yes and no. Do you have another way of speaking?
Yes.
Have you been wondering this entire time why we won't ask?
Not really.
Okay. This changes up the scope of the questions, doesn't it?
No. The picture that you seek is large. I may show you its strokes. You must put it together. And as Korvac put greatly, there are some things sworn to secrecy. But some things you must discover yourself.
At least we now know there are chess pieces on the board we didn't think existed, you know, 8 hours ago.
Kreatho goes, "You're not going to crush us in this giant book, are you?"
Not if you do not violate our rules.
Oh, good. Good. Just make sure we don't disrespect him, everyone.
We've been doing a very good job of
I know, just reminder, King of Theoworld, standing in a book.
I'm sorry, this is. I'm sorry. It is your job. I understand.
No, it's important. It's
Yep.
important. I know. Just, reminding everyone what's our stakes here.
You've been very quiet, Basco. What do you think? What have you been thinking on?
Oh, ask the DM to solve it. For you.
Yeah. The cheeky bastard.
Oh, it's actually just genuinely, I want to know what Basco's been thinking.
So Malin is duped. Let's just rehash what we know.
Yeah.
Malin was duped.
Yeah.
He has some, not all. We don't know where the majority is. We know there's a trap. We know it is set with the soldiers as the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
What else do we know? We don't know the full means of the trap. We don't know where the majority of the soul is.
No.
We don't know where it is.
No.
It's sort of in the library, but not really. Crinch knew about this, and knew about the plan. And he was hesitant about answering who could resurrect him. That's what we asked him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So those are areas we gotta push him on. And hope he's not scared, sworn to secrecy. And if so, we can work our way around him. Because they obviously want us to know something. Or else we'd be told to fuck off.
Correct.
Will the trap, when it eventually trips, is that a trigger for the Eternal Dragon to be resurrected?
No.
So, this sort of here, not here. So is the life essence in another plane?
No.
Phylactery?
Yes.
Yes.
Vecna!
Is the phylactery located in this building? The Great Library.
Bigger.
Bigger.
Come on, man. What's one bigger than the library you're standing in?
The dome? I mean, the dome around the library. And
Isn't called the library.
Right,
The library is just this one dome, and then there's another dome over that.
right. So
Two
the,
completely different things.
the external dome then.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he was hesitant earlier about answering when he said yes to the library.
This might be a presumptuous question. Is the Eternal Dragon a lich now? With its soul, with its life essence being in a phylactery, that's kind of the immediate thing that comes to my mind.
No. Something else.
Okay.
Has it become like a font now?
No.
Okay.
This is getting tough.
It's a lot of space. So let me just ask this. Is it near to the corpse?
No.
Is it the farthest possible point within the dome from the corpse?
No.
Okay, so we have to explore it. We don't have really any reference we can ask.
This is our reference.
Thank you.
Is there a notable object to signify its location?
No.
Can you take us there, please?
No.
I mean, even if we do find the phylactery, isn't necessarily we can do anything with it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to do anything with the phylactery?
No.
Okay, so leave it alone for that then, maybe.
So clearly, at this stage, we know the Eternal Dragon's destiny with the phylactery is for us to not mess with it. I do want to quickly back this question train up a little bit. The half-dragon soldiers. Is there a set trigger for them?
Well,
To be like if they're the trap. Like, when we go to the final battle with the Praetorian, would that be their activation point?
No. You're overcomplicating it. At the end of the day, like all things, it is simple.
Probably. Probably.
Yeah, probably, Josh.
God damn it, Crunch! Oh, if only he was here. What would he say?
This would be about the time he explained his plan to you all, and it would be revealed, like he does every time he has had a plan up beforehand. But for the first time in a long time, first time ever, he's not here to uncover the plan that he had for this.
We know Crunch was working on other things in the background,
Correct.
like the button.
I don't know what that is,
Good. Most people should know what that is.
but he was working on something, yes.
Well, from what I can deduct, and you can confirm this, Eternal Dragon is not meant to come back until after the Praetorian is handled.
No.
He's to come back before the Praetorian is handled.
Yes.
He's to come back during the handling of the Praetorian.
No.
Okay, so not just at that moment, okay?
Is he gonna come back soon?
No.
Not at this rate.
No.
Okay.
We're also getting ourselves a little bit. Don't get me wrong, the Eternal Dragon stuff is very interesting. The librarians also, you know. If there are any books in this library that they might, because obviously a lot of it was taken by by Malin's army. Could you?
Nothing was taken. Only burned.
Do you know of any books still in this library that would be able to help us against the Praetorian?
Thousands.
Bloody hell.
Oh my god. There's just so many things.
I know, we just gotta tough it out, because I know we're getting to that point where it's like, ooh, brain don't want to generate.
But we're in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Reach your spoon into that soup that is your brain mess right now and pull out the good nutrients. Get out that good stuff. Get that last bit of steak that's at the bottom.
Who is your boss?
The Eternal Dragon.
What is it? Vocalize your thought process.
Okay, currently.
Make it happen. Remember, every time we talk about it, it's just like, oh, well, of course we've had a lot to think about. We've just talked about it.
At the end of the day,
Yeah.
even if your saying your thought process will help my thought process, you know what I mean?
Okay, so we already know that we can't resurrect him.
Correct. Nothing we can do will affect its resurrection, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But an Eternal can't resurrect him. But will an Eternal be involved in his resurrection?
Are you including himself as that?
Oh, I see the logic problem there. No, not him. If somebody other Eternal will be involved in his resurrection.
No.
Okay.
Is he resurrecting himself as his old form?
No.
So he will change.
Yes.
Once you have a phylactery, you really can't sort of.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that. I'm like, that's also like a double-edged question because the new form's not the old form.
Correct.
Maybe a little bit more specific.
Correct.
Is this... I'd be a bit more specific, because technically the two forms are...
Well, this is my next question. Will the trap spring the same time the resurrection happens?
No.
Okay.
prior? Or after?
Which is the prior and which is the after?
After he resurrects, is that when the army triggers?
Yes.
Will he be leading the army?
No. Sorry. Logical fallacy.
Because it's his command, but he's not going to be actively there.
Okay.
Is that what I'm getting?
Incorrect.
Incorrect. And we also don't know if this is going to take place as more or less an army turning or something else. The soldiers will turn against Malin's army.
Correct.
Okay, so that's that.
Hopefully it happens when we're fighting his army, and that strike force that's coming up very soon.
Correct.
Okay. Problem with the trap is once it's triggered, you really need to make use of all of it.
Correct.
Which means we need to...
This strike force turned into potentially weighing down something a couple days into being an all-out blitz.
Correct.
And this is being done to... This...
Roll insight, the both of you.
Yeah.
7.
Oh man, this is my first sub
Oh,
10.
I'm sorry, 8.
16.
Not enough for either of you, sorry.
Okay.
There's something here. Something about that was important. Something about all of this. The pieces were just given to you to basically answer the question that you're missing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
All you had to do was hit an 18.
yeah. So he's going to resurrect. The army will turn. So he's going to resurrect shortly after we attempt to attack.
Is that what he said? Which was happening first?
He would resurrect before the triggered trap.
Yes.
So,
Before your strike force engages with the army.
correct.
Which means...
The trap triggers before we strike. Not that he gets resurrected before we strike. Is that right?
the trap is them turning, Josh.
Yes.
Which happens when you strike with your strike force.
Correct.
And the resurrection happens before that.
So anywhere between today and that date.
This is giving us the opportunity to destroy Malin's army, not just hurt it.
That's not what I'm going with. A timeline is being able to be constructed in your guys' brain right now. And you're not seeing the full timeline. You're only seeing the parts of the timeline that you wish to see. Everything you need to know to spell out exactly when the Elder Dragon's resurrection will occur is in front of you right now.
Soon. Very soon.
Incorrect.
It's already happening.
Correct.
Oh, bugger. I don't know why I'm British today. Well, gentlemen, I guess we'll...
Roll insight.
Please. Please. Just give it to me. I'm gonna burn my last lucky roll.
God damn it, I rolled a fucking 16 again. Is it bad?
Well, we know he rolls shit for intelligence-based stuff.
11.
Oh, a second inspiration thing.
You are...
That's what it takes to fucking, you know...
2 old 9s, which
Well, I
means it's
have
still
inspiration
16.
left. Yeah, I do. A shit ton, actually. I'll burn some inspiration. Hold on.
I'm down to 1.
4? You guys suck at this.
Alright.
You've been so good. And then, what is this? Is this another one?
Yeah.
The 1!
That's natural 1.
You get to re-roll it because you're a halfling.
12. Can you do something to 12? What
I
is it?
don't have any inspiration, like bardic inspiration. That puts me at 15.
Oh, so still lower than me.
Oh,
15 is what you needed.
Oh god.
You're standing in his house. The lights are on. The resurrection will happen before the trap.
Oh,
It's already happened.
yeah,
The motherfucker's alive.
yeah.
And he's somewhere in this dome.
Okay, we shouldn't be looking for a phylactery. We should be looking for him.
Dude's alive. Oh, we should go see him, shouldn't we?
Correct.
Well, thank you for your help. You've been very insightful.
Oh, we could be more insightful. So we don't want to look for the phylactery. Is he going to be near his old corpse?
No.
Okay,
You asked that question already.
I asked the phylactery if it would be near his old corpse.
You don't think he's next to his phylactery?
What if he just dead sprinted away? Okay. At this point,
You
It's
can
a ma-
scry.
is it better for us to search for him than ask?
No.
So we should ask.
No.
Wait,
Should and could are not the same thing.
can you scry on a reborn creature based on your knowledge of the previous being?
What is your knowledge on the previous being?
Just
Would you say you're familiar with them?
no.
Crunch may have been able to have, but we've never known the Eternal Dragon.
With that statement, roll an insight.
14.
No, you don't get anything. I'm sorry.
Max out of tricks, everybody.
Hey man, I was hoping for something high, but
Actually, oh no, it's too late.
it is too late.
Who's the next closest friend of the Eternal? Maybe they could tell us. But who knows how to scry? Maybe we're overthinking this.
What are you trying? What is your goal?
My goal is to find the freaking Elder Dragon in his new form. That's the goal.
How is that hard?
Hey, where is he?
There was something you were looking for earlier that you used multiple times to find yourself anytime you need to find anything.
Find the power.
I'm an idiot. Yes.
Like, also, does the Eternal Dragon reside over there? 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 Is the Eternal Dragon in one of his bedchambers? Is it, saying nothing gets you nothing, but
Yeah.
asking anything to reduce by any amount of percentile is a step in the right direction.
There are two things we already know. He's not next to his body, and he's not at the farthest reaches from that point, so that's it. But I do like the idea of using the dowsing rods instead.
Before we, go off after the Eternal Dragon, we should ask the important question. May we leave the books with you? That we took from the different places in the library.
You can leave them anywhere. We will put them back upon your departure.
Okay. Presumably we should probably, at this stage, put the books down.
I already put mine away.
Yeah,
He was a good boy and put his away earlier.
put the books down. Thank you.
Is there anything else we have for the librarian? Because at that point, I do think we should end things.
Yeah, that's it. I think we're good. I have a
Before
lot
we
of-
make our departure towards the Eternal Dragon,
Yeah.
you have nothing more you want to ask him about the Eternal Dragon.
Is he gonna be friendly to us?
Yes.
Okay.
If it were any other mortal beings. No.
Oh.
You all were given special permission to be here.
That's presumably because of Crunch.
Correct.
Guys, Crunch might be gone, but Crunch's brain might, well, not his physical brain or his actual mental brain, but his intellectual other is still here.
I think what you mean
Roll
is
history.
No, Crench is literally here. He's been brought back.
No.
Natural 20.
What was it that he said right before he died?
Not to blame yourself. And trust the plan.
It's all, yeah. Trust the plan.
So there's always a plan. Even in his perishing, things have been taken care of. Like you said earlier, maybe it wasn't the eternal dragon, maybe it was him. But he has certainly made sure that even after he's gone, everything you guys need, you have to get to where you're going.
Alright. Good old Crench. You have anything else for the librarian?
Roll history, Korvac.
24.
That also means Crinch was a liar. Because Crinch said that maybe potentially him and the Elder Dragon would be at odds
Yeah.
long ago. To not mention him or bring him along. Then you hearken back to what you said, or what was said to you in the Dream Demon. And by the future man, Crinch is a liar.
Yeah.
He doesn't always tell the truth. And who knows what his lies actually add up to.
So I do recall him being wary of the Elder Dragon. Overall, so wary of the, of Keith before we knew him.
Yes, you were. Is there anything more for our librarian before you go on your hunt?
I think that satiates me.
Is this the right direction? The Elder Dragon? Yes.
We're cool to leave.
Hmm.
Okay.
And only you.
Just you, Mac. Only you. Sorry.
All of you.
Oh, okay.
Not you.
He moves his hand, everybody's like, ah!
Not you, Krathal. You must live here for...
You're not innocent, sure.
I don't think Preston would be much pleased for that if he came back to fight.
Yeah, he ate Krathel, and we all laughed about it.
Surprise. The blood practice.
Intelligence or wisdom saving throws, I'll allow you guys to determine which one is better.
Wisdom.
It's intelligence for me now.
wow, dual 8s. So that's
9.
Natural 20.
Are you serious? You got another nat 20?
Yeah, and he was witness. This dice the opal die you got me is either like fucking perfection or it's like
Put it in the dice jail!
2, 3, 3, 2.
The librarians will answer any of your questions, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Queen, yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Something else that you're skipping over. Because you're assuming you know everything again. Do you think they only just burned books? Or do you think they read them first?
They read the books here as well, didn't they? Malin's army. They didn't just burn the books.
Certain ones did, yes.
Which ones?
Can't ask which ones. I'm not sure how.
Oh. So Malin knows more about the Praetorian now than ever.
Yes. But there is more.
More.
was looking for a way to bring his family back, wasn't he?
No. It was a topic you all found that was hard to research. Yet you found something.
Does Malin know about the Eye of Magnus? No.
No.
No, not that.
I know, bud.
Research. Does it have something to do with the fact that there were two Praetorians before, and that was
No.
required? No.
There's a couple things we could pull from.
Yeah, we could ask.
How many things? You've asked about 6 things collectively, guys. And you've eliminated 2 of them. Just ask the other fucking 4, my guys.
Was it about Shakarn?
Yes. And the curator. And the history leading up to these events. Oh yes, information was looked up about the Praetorians. Done by Malin, of course. They were sent here on a mission not only to end, but to find and get the last bit of information before eradicating it. Anything that is burned, you can assume they read first. And allow you one more history check, the both of you, before I call it, unless you have something else you'd like to add.
18.
23.
Crinch was working on something. You were told that. Yet he knew nothing about the button.
Yep.
So Crinch was working on something. Recently.
Mm.
But not the button.
I mean,
How's that possible?
recently he may have been working on the castle. We know he was a few things he was trying to set up just before that event.
With who?
With
The tech priests.
the tech priests.
Roll inside.
Uh, 25.
What if they lied? What if what they were working on was here?
Tech priest line? I can see him lying.
They were suspicious about their last time. They were very cover-uppy about everything they made. Remember you guys?
Yeah.
With your mech?
Yeah.
Were they straightforward with that at all?
So,
These are all starting to sound like really good questions for the Eternal Dragon.
the tech priest, huh?
Or they are connected. The questions will be answered soon regardless.
So, I guess I'll ask it straightforward. The tech priest for the one who resurrected the Eternal Dragon?
You're misinterpreting the facts.
Okay.
If you have a phylactery, you already have resurrection.
Yep.
But what don't you have?
A host, a body, power,
A body.
body.
You have your power, you have your life force. You just don't have a body. That's decomposed in a pit.
Tech priest built a body for this.
Yes.
When they're tech priests, so it's not flesh?
Correct.
Mechanical eternal dragon?
Is now a construct. And is truly eternal.
Holy shit.
Truly eternal. So it's not made of just any metals or things.
Well, he'll last eternally in machination.
Right.
His body aged. Even if he has immortality. He did not wish to be a weak man.
Which explains why he wanted to die.
Correct.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be a lot for Preston.
He made this pact with the tech priests before we met them? Or did they make this plan with the tech priests after we met them? Well, I suppose this doesn't really benefit me one way or
If
another.
Crench was working with them, that would have happened before you met them because you met them after they died.
Yeah.
After Crench died.
Right.
They didn't leave the funeral and go make this body.
Oh, I didn't mean in the most recent. I meant when we went to Mechanus. Because,
Sounds like a question for the ancient dragon.
yeah.
I mean, the elder dragon. Anything else for this librarian in front of you?
No, I think not.
Because I gotta pee. And we gotta start getting some Taco Bell ordered.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Just fucking brain melted.
Yeah.
We will come back next week with fresh minds to talk to the Eternal Dragon, and we'll have Preston. It's not the end if the session ends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I'm
Because
just.
I'm in that same pit. I'm at the stage, like, you got a good run out of me, but my brain don't want to work anymore.
Understandable.
Pass me that, and then the blue die.
Which die?
The one that you just had in your hand?
This?
Yeah. Thank you. And $20.
Come on, final thoughts, Josh? You look like you're concerned about something.
I'm concerned I'm missing something.
Oh, 100%. That's always going to be the case.
Is the Eternal Dragon Tiamat now?
No.
Fuck.
Well, does that just become Tiamat?
Correct.
Alright.
Thanks.
You want me to.
Nah, I can do it. Anything else before we end it?